This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. At first, I didn't think much of it. Cats can be weird sometimes, right? But after a few days of this behavior, I started to get a little creeped out. I mentioned it to my parents, but they just shrugged it off. "He probably saw a mouse down there or something," my mom said. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Then, about a week later, we noticed that Cosmo was scratching himself like crazy. Upon closer inspection, we realized he had fleas. We'd never had a flea problem before, so this was pretty unusual. My parents decided we needed to do a deep clean of the whole house, including the basement, to get rid of any fleas that might be lurking around. So that Saturday, we all pitched in to clean. I was tasked with tackling the basement. As I was vacuuming and dusting, I kept getting this eerie feeling, like I was being watched. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just being paranoid because of Cosmo's weird behavior. But then I noticed something odd near the far corner of the basement, where we have this small crawl space for accessing pipes and stuff. There were these tiny crumbs on the floor near the entrance to the crawl space. I bent down to look closer and realized they were Doritos crumbs, which was weird because none of us had been eating Doritos lately, especially not in the basement. I shone my flashlight into the crawl space, and that's when I saw it. An empty Doritos bag crumpled up in the corner. My heart started racing. Someone had been in our basement, someone who wasn't supposed to be there. I called out to my parents, trying to keep my voice steady. They came downstairs, and I showed them what I'd found. My dad, trying to be rational, suggested that maybe one of us had forgotten about eating chips down here. But I knew that wasn't the case. We decided to investigate further. My dad grabbed a broom and carefully poked it into the crawl space, moving aside some old boxes and junk we had stored in there. And that's when we saw something that made my blood run cold. There was a small makeshift bed made out of old blankets and pillows tucked away in the furthest corner of the crawl space. My mom gasped and grabbed my arm. We all just stood there, frozen, staring at this evidence that someone had been living in our house without us knowing. It was like something out of a horror movie, but this was real life. Our life. My dad, always the protector, told us to go upstairs while he checked things out. My mom protested, not wanting him to go alone, but he insisted. As we headed up the stairs, I couldn't help but look back. And that's when I saw something that will haunt me forever. In the dim light of the basement, I saw a pair of eyes gleaming from the darkness of the crawl space. They weren't animal eyes, they were human. Before I could even process what I was seeing, a figure burst out of the crawl space, knocking my dad to the ground. Everything after that is a blur of chaos and terror. I remember screaming, my mom pulling me up the stairs, the sound of a struggle below. We ran to the neighbor's house and called the police. By the time they arrived, the intruder was gone. They'd escaped through the storm door on the side of the house, leaving behind only the makeshift bed and a few personal items as evidence of their stay. The police searched the area but found no trace of the person. They took our statements and collected evidence, but to this day, we have no idea who was living in our basement or for how long. The thought that someone had been there, watching us, living among us without our knowledge, is something I still can't wrap my head around. We've since installed a security system and keep the basement door locked at all times. My parents even talked about moving, but in the end, we decided to stay. We're trying to reclaim our sense of safety, but it's hard. Every creak in the night, Every shadow in the corner of my eye makes me jump. And Cosmo, he still won't go near the basement door. Sometimes I wonder if he knew all along, if he was trying to warn us. Animals have a sense about these things, I guess. I just wish we had listened to him sooner. I've spent countless hours trying to piece together how this could have happened. How long was this person living down there? Did they watch us through the vents? Did they come upstairs when we were sleeping or out of the house? The questions keep me up at night. The police suggested that it might have been a homeless person looking for shelter, but that doesn't explain the calculated nature of it all. How they managed to stay hidden for so long, how they knew when it was safe to move around. It feels like there's more to the story, but I'm not sure I want to know the truth. I've become hyper-aware of my surroundings since then. I check and double-check locks. I peer into dark corners. I listen intently for any out-of-place sounds. My parents are worried about me, I can tell. They've suggested therapy, and maybe they're right. But how do you move on from something like this? How do you feel safe in your own home when you know how easily that safety can be violated? The incident has changed our family dynamic too. We're closer in some ways. We check in on each other more. We're more open about our fears and concerns. But there's also this underlying tension, this shared trauma that we don't always know how to address. We've become more guarded, less trusting of the world around us. I find myself wondering about the person who was in our basement. Who were they? What drove them to hide in a stranger's home? Were they dangerous or just desperate? Part of me feels anger towards them for invading our space, for stealing our sense of security. But another part of me feels a strange sort of pity. What kind of life leads someone to that point? Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and dark, I swear I can hear breathing coming from the vents. Logically, I know it's just the house settling or the wind outside. But in those moments, the fear comes rushing back. I find myself holding my breath, straining to listen, wondering if they've come back. We've had the house checked multiple times since then. We've sealed off the crawl space, changed all the locks, even had a priest come to bless the house, my mom's idea. But still, there's this lingering feeling that our home isn't entirely ours anymore. It's like the intruder left behind more than just physical evidence. They left a shadow, a presence that we can't quite shake. I've tried to research similar incidents, hoping to find some explanation or closure. I've found a few stories that are similar, but none quite like ours. It makes me wonder how many other families out there have unknowing house guests lurking in their shadows. As time passes, the immediate fear has faded somewhat, but the impact of what happened lingers. I'm more cautious now, more aware of the vulnerability of our everyday lives. I appreciate the safety of my home, but I no longer take it for granted. I've learned that sometimes the monsters aren't under the bed or in the closet. Sometimes they're in the crawl space, waiting for their moment. I'm sharing this story not to scare anyone, but as a warning. Pay attention to the little things, the unexplained noises, the odd behaviors of your pets. Trust your instincts when something feels off. And most importantly, remember that your home should be your sanctuary. Don't let anyone take that away from you. As for me and my family, we're taking it one day at a time. We're healing, slowly but surely. And Cosmo? He's back to his old self, lounging around the house without a care in the world. But he still won't go near that basement door. And honestly, I don't blame him one bit. My parents had decided to turn our old Victorian home into a haunted house attraction to raise money for the local animal shelter. They spent weeks decorating and getting everything ready. My cousins Jake and Mike volunteered to dress up in creepy costumes and scare people. They had these plain white masks that covered their whole face. You know, the kind that are completely blank with just eye holes. Super creepy. The night of the event, everything started off great. People were having fun getting spooked as they went through the different rooms. I was helping out by taking tickets at the front door. Around 9 p.m., my friend Lily came rushing out, looking really shaken up. "Someone grabbed me in there," she said, her voice trembling. "They tried to pull me into a closet." I tried to calm her down and asked what happened. She said she was in one of the upstairs bedrooms when someone in a white mask suddenly lunged out of the closet and grabbed her arm, trying to yank her inside. She managed to break free and run out. I immediately went to find my cousins, thinking maybe they had gotten a little too into their roles. But Jake and Mike were downstairs in the kitchen taking a break. They swore they hadn't been upstairs for at least an hour. A chill ran down my spine. If it wasn't them, who was it? I went up to check the room Lily had been in, but found nothing out of the ordinary. No one hiding in the closet. No sign of any other mask-wearing person. I tried to brush it off as Lily just getting spooked by a shadow or something. The rest of the night went smoothly, and I almost forgot about the incident. Until I went to bed that night. As I was getting ready to fall asleep, I noticed something on my pillow. My blood ran cold as I realized what it was. One of those white masks. The exact same kind my cousins had been wearing. But this one had something scrawled across the forehead in what looked like red marker. It was my name. I screamed and threw the mask across the room. My parents came running in, and I told them what happened. They searched the entire house but found no sign of an intruder. My dad checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked up tight. We decided it must have been some kind of sick prank by one of the guests earlier. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. I barely slept that night, jumping at every little sound. The next few nights, I kept hearing noises outside my second-floor window. Scratching sounds, light tapping. I told myself it was just tree branches in the wind. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. On the fourth night after the fundraiser, the scratching at my window was louder than ever. I was frozen in fear under my covers, trying to convince myself it wasn't real. Suddenly, the scratching stopped. Then I heard a soft thud, like something landing on the roof outside my window. Slowly, hesitantly, I peeked out from under the blanket. What I saw made my heart stop. There was a face pressed against the glass, staring right at me. A blank white mask with empty black eyes. I screamed louder than I ever have in my life. The masked figure quickly ducked out of sight. My parents came bursting in seconds later. Through terrified sobs, I told them what I'd seen. My dad grabbed a baseball bat and ran outside to look around while my mom called the police. They searched the property but found no one. However, they did find fresh footprints in the flower bed below my window. That was enough for my parents. The very next day, they had a top-of-the-line security system installed. Motion sensors, cameras, the works. They even put bars on my window. For weeks, I slept in their room, too scared to be alone. Gradually, things seemed to calm down. No more scratching, no more sightings. The police never found any suspects. Life slowly started to feel normal again. But I still can't shake the fear completely. Sometimes at night, I swear I can hear faint tapping at my window. Out of the corner of my eye, I'll catch a glimpse of something white moving in the shadows. I don't know who that masked man was or what he wanted. I don't know how he got into our house that first night. or how he climbed up to a second-story window. Part of me wonders if it was all in my imagination somehow. But then I remember the footprints, the mask on my pillow, the pure terror I felt seeing that face at my window. It's been almost a year now, and I still sleep with my light on. I check my closet and under my bed every night. I've begged my parents to move, but they insist we're safe now with the security system. They say it was probably just some teenager playing a cruel prank, but I know better. Whoever or whatever that was, it wasn't just a prank. There was something unnatural, something evil about that mask. Those empty eyes seemed to stare into my very soul. I'm writing this now because I need to tell someone. I need to know I'm not crazy. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? I'm terrified that one night I'll wake up and see that mask hovering over me in the darkness. I don't know what to do. I don't feel safe anywhere anymore. That fundraiser was supposed to be a fun Halloween event. Instead, it brought a real-life nightmare into my home, one that I fear may never truly be over. Every time I see a white mask now, my heart races. Every unexplained sound makes me jump. I keep asking myself, why me? Why did this thing fixate on me? Was it random, or was I targeted for some reason? And the question that keeps me up at night, will it ever come back? I'm sorry if this story seems disjointed or hard to follow. It's difficult to put into words just how terrifying this has been. How do you explain to someone the paralyzing fear of knowing something inhuman is watching you, hunting you? The rational part of my brain tries to come up with logical explanations. Maybe it really was just an elaborate prank that went too far. Maybe I imagined some of it due to stress and lack of sleep. But then I remember the feeling of those eyes boring into me through the mask, the impossible way it moved and disappeared so quickly, the inexplicable appearance of the mask on my pillow in a locked house. No, this was something beyond normal explanation, something that defies logic and reason. I don't know if it was a ghost, a demon, or something else entirely. I just know that it was real, and that a part of me will always be looking over my shoulder, waiting for that blank white face to appear again. I haven't told many people about this. Who would believe me? But I needed to share my story. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. Maybe someone has answers. Or maybe putting this out into the world will help exorcise some of the fear that still grips me. All I know is that I'll never look at a mask the same way again, and I'll never feel truly safe in my own home. That one night changed everything. It showed me that there are things in this world beyond our understanding, things that can reach out of the darkness and into our lives without warning or explanation. So if you're reading this, please, be careful. Be aware of your surroundings. And if you ever see a blank white mask staring at you from the shadows, run. Run as fast and as far as you can, because once it notices you, it may never let you go. I'd only been at El Sombrero for about a month. It was a pretty standard Tex-Mex joint, not exactly fine dining, but the food was decent and the margaritas were strong. The owner, Carlos, seemed nice enough at first. A little intense, maybe, but friendly. Looking back, I should have paid more attention to the weird vibe I got from him sometimes. Anyway, it was a slow Tuesday night, and I was stuck on closing shift. Around 10 p.m., the last customers finally left, and I started my usual cleanup routine. I was wiping down tables near the kitchen when I heard it, a muffled thump coming from somewhere below the floor. I froze, straining my ears. A few seconds later, there it was again. Thump, thump. My first thought was that it must be the pipes or something, but it didn't sound quite right for that. It was too irregular, almost like footsteps, which was crazy because as far as I knew, there wasn't even a basement in this building. I tried to shrug it off and kept cleaning, but I couldn't stop listening for it. Sure enough, every few minutes I'd hear another thump or scraping sound. It was really starting to freak me out. When Carlos came out of the office to check on things, I hesitantly asked him about it. "Hey, this might sound weird, but is there like a basement or something under the restaurant? I keep hearing these strange noises." Carlos's reaction was not what I expected. His eyes went wide for a split second before his face settled into a forced-looking smile. "Basement? No basement here," he said quickly. "Old building, you know. Probably just settling noises. Nothing to worry about." He changed the subject and hurried back to the office. I stood there feeling unsettled. Carlos was acting super weird, and I was positive those sounds weren't just the building settling. Over the next week, I kept hearing the noises. Sometimes it was thumps and scrapes. Other times it sounded almost like muffled voices. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something seriously creepy was going on. I started paying closer attention to Carlos and noticed how he'd get tense whenever I was near the back hallway by the kitchen. Once I saw him coming out of a door there that I'd assumed was just a supply closet. He looked startled to see me and quickly locked the door behind him. My curiosity was really getting the better of me at this point. One night, when Carlos was distracted dealing with a rowdy group of customers, I snuck down that hallway to check out the mystery door. It was locked, of course, but when I pressed my ear against it, I could definitely hear shuffling noises on the other side. I was so focused on listening that I didn't hear Carlos coming. He grabbed my shoulder, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. "What are you doing back here?" he demanded, his eyes flashing with anger. "This area is off limits to staff. Get back to work, now." I muttered an apology and scurried away, my heart pounding. There was no doubt in my mind now. Carlos was hiding something behind that door, and whatever it was alive. A couple days later, I was taking out the trash after closing when I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. A low, keening moan drifting up from a rusty grate in the pavement near the dumpster. I crouched down and peered through the grate. In the dim light, I could just make out a grimy concrete floor about 10 feet below. Holy shit, there really was a basement. I was still processing this when movement caught my eye. A pale, emaciated face suddenly appeared in the grate, staring up at me with wild eyes. I scrambled backwards with a yelp. The face vanished as quickly as it had appeared. My mind was reeling. There was a person down there. Carlos was keeping someone prisoner in a secret basement. What the hell was going on? I knew I should probably call the cops right then, but I was scared and confused. What if I was misunderstanding the situation somehow? I decided I needed to know more before I did anything drastic. The next day I came in early for my shift and headed straight for that locked door. I'd brought some basic lock-picking tools I'd ordered online. To my surprise, the lock was pretty simple and I managed to get it open after a few minutes of fiddling. Taking a deep breath, I eased the door open and peered inside. A set of steep stairs led down into darkness. The musty smell of damp earth wafted up. This was it, the entrance to the secret basement. I hesitated at the top of the stairs, every instinct screaming at me to turn back. But I had to know the truth. I flicked on my phone's flashlight and started down the steps as quietly as I could. The basement was larger than I expected, stretching out under what must have been the whole restaurant. Bare concrete walls, old pipes and wires crisscrossing the low ceiling, and huddled in the far corner, a figure. As I got closer, I could see it was a man, painfully thin, with matted hair and tattered clothes. He was facing away from me, rocking slightly and mumbling to himself. "Hello?" I called softly. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" The man went still. Then slowly he turned to face me. I had to clamp a hand over my mouth to keep from screaming. His face, God, his face, sunken cheeks, teeth black with rot, and his eyes, bulging and unfocused, darting around wildly. A crazed grin split his face as he lurched to his feet. "Visitor," he croaked in a raspy voice. "Carlos sent a visitor." I backed away as he shambled towards me, still grinning that horrible grin. No, Carlos didn't send me," I stammered. "Who are you? Why are you down here?" The man cocked his head, his grin fading to a confused frown. Carlos is my brother. He keeps me safe down here, safe from the bad things outside." His eyes narrowed suspiciously. "You're not supposed to be here. Carlos won't like this. No. My back hit the wall. I was out of room to retreat, and the wild-eyed man was getting closer. I had to get out of there. I bolted for the stairs, taking them two at a time. I could hear bare feet slapping on concrete behind me as the man gave chase, shrieking, "Come back! Don't leave me!" I burst out of the basement door and slammed it shut, fumbling to lock it with shaking hands. Muffled howls and pounding came from the other side. I stumbled away down the hall, my mind spinning. Carlos's brother, locked in the basement, clearly severely mentally ill. What the actual fuck? I don't really remember the rest of my shift that night. I was in a daze, going through the motions while trying to process what I'd seen. I kept flinching at every little sound, terrified that basement door would burst open at any moment. When closing time finally came, I practically ran to my car. As I was unlocking the door, a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision made me freeze. Slowly, I turned to look. There, at the edge of the parking lot, was a figure. Even in the dim glow of the streetlights, I recognized that emaciated frame, those wild eyes locked onto mine. With a blood-curdling shriek, he charged straight at me. I dove into my car, slamming the door and jamming the lock down just as he reached me. His face pressed against my window, lips peeled back in that demented grin. He pounded on the glass with bony fists, screaming incoherently. I fumbled my keys into the ignition with trembling hands and peeled out of there as fast as I could. In my rearview mirror, I could see him chasing after my car until I turned the corner and lost sight of him. I drove straight to the police station and told them everything. They seemed skeptical at first, but agreed to check it out. I gave them my info and went home, utterly exhausted. The next morning, I woke up to missed calls from the cops. When I called back, they told me they'd gone to the restaurant but found nothing unusual. No sign of any basement or Carlos's brother. Carlos himself claimed he had no idea what they were talking about. I insisted that I wasn't making it up, that they needed to search more thoroughly. But without any real evidence, there wasn't much they could do. I quit my job at El Sombrero that day. I never went back there again. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if the stress of work and school made me hallucinate or something. But then I remember those eyes, that face pressed against my car window, the raw terror I felt. It was real. I know it was. It's been almost a year now, and I still have nightmares sometimes. I've mostly convinced myself that it's over, that Carlos and his brother are long gone, but there's always that nagging fear in the back of my mind. What if they're still out there somewhere? What if one day I look up and see that grinning face pressed against my window again? I don't know if I'll ever feel truly safe again after what happened that night. All I can do is try to move on and hope that the horrors in that basement stay buried for good. still remember that day like it was yesterday. The hot Nebraska sun beating down, the endless rows of corn stretching out in every direction. I was 14 years old, riding my bike home from school like I did every day. The dusty country roads were familiar and comforting, winding past weathered barns and grazing cattle. About halfway home, I felt my bike chain start to slip. I pulled over to the side of the road, frustrated. The chain had come completely off the gears. As I crouched down to fix it, sweat dripping down my face, I glanced at the cornfield beside me. The tall stalks swayed gently in the breeze. A thought popped into my head. I could cut through the field and shave at least 15 minutes off my ride home. My parents had always warned me never to go into the cornfields, said it was too easy to get lost in there. But I was hot, tired, and sick of the long ride. What harm could it do just this once? I propped my bike against the fence and squeezed between the wooden slats. The moment I stepped into the field, the world seemed to change. The road noise faded away, replaced by the rustling of leaves. The corn towered over me, blocking out the sun. I took a deep breath and started walking, pushing aside the scratchy stalks. At first, it was kind of fun. I felt like an explorer, forging my own path. But after about 10 minutes of walking, a gnawing anxiety started to build in my gut. Everything looked the same, endless green in every direction. I tried to keep moving in a straight line, but it was impossible to tell if I was veering off course. My hair stood on end as I realized I had no idea which direction I'd come from anymore. The cornstalks pressed in close, scraping against my arms. My breath came faster as I quickened my pace, shoving through the plants more forcefully now. That's when I heard it, a low, guttural sound somewhere behind me. I froze, straining my ears. For a moment, there was only the whisper of leaves. Then I heard it again, a deep, animal grunt. My heart pounding, I started to run. Leaves and stalks whipped at my face as I crashed through the field. I could hear something moving through the corn behind me, keeping pace. Heavy footsteps and ragged breathing. I burst into a small clearing, and that's when I saw him. A man stood there, wearing tattered, filthy clothes. His arms were covered in strange marks or scars, but it was his face that made my blood run cold. His eyes were wide and feral, his mouth twisted in a crazed grin. He lunged for me and I scrambled back into the corn, running blindly. Panic clouded my mind as I sprinted through the field. Branches tore at my clothes and skin. I could hear him crashing after me, getting closer. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs were on fire, legs trembling. Finally, I burst out of the cornfield onto another road. I didn't recognize where I was, but I saw a rusty pickup truck parked nearby. Without thinking, I dove underneath it and curled into a ball, trying to muffle my gasping breaths. Heavy footsteps approached slowly. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to disappear. Dirty boots came into view, inches from my face. They paced back and forth for what felt like hours. I was terrified he would look under the truck, but he never did. Eventually, the footsteps receded. I stayed frozen in place, too scared to move. As the sun began to set, I finally crawled out from under the truck. My whole body was shaking. I stumbled down the road, disoriented and exhausted. It was fully dark by the time I made it home. My parents were frantic, ready to call the police. I broke down sobbing as soon as I saw them, barely able to choke out what had happened. They held me close, assuring me I was safe now. We called the sheriff, but they never found any sign of the man I'd seen. My bike was gone too. I'd left it by the fence where I entered the field. My parents forbid me from riding it to school anymore after that. For weeks afterwards, I had horrible nightmares. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like I was lost in that endless maze of corn. My parents talked about moving, but we couldn't afford it at the time. Then one morning, about a month after it happened, I woke up to find my missing bike on our front porch. It was muddy and scratched up, the tires flat, but there was no mistaking it was mine. That was the last straw for my folks. We packed up and moved 2 states away within the week. I never went near a cornfield again after that day. It's been over 20 years now, but I still get chills thinking about it. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. It seems too crazy to be real. But then I remember the raw terror I felt, the sound of those heavy footsteps pursuing me, the wild, unhinged look in that man's eyes. I don't know who he was or what he wanted. Maybe he was just some homeless guy living in the fields. But deep down, I've always felt it was something worse than that, something not quite human. I still have nightmares sometimes, where I'm lost in an endless sea of corn. I hear those footsteps getting closer and closer. I always wake up just as he's about to catch me. I learned my lesson that day about taking shortcuts. Some paths are forbidden for a reason. I only wish I'd listened to my parents' warnings. That one decision to enter the cornfield changed my life forever. I've never told anyone the full story before now. It feels good to finally get it off my chest after all these years. But part of me is still that scared kid, hiding under a truck, praying the monster won't find me. I don't know if I'll ever fully shake the fear that gripped me that day, the feeling that something was hunting me, toying with me. Even now I can't stand the sight of a cornfield. Just the rustling of leaves in the wind is enough to make my heart race. Sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, lurking in some lonely field, waiting for another unsuspecting victim to wander into his domain. I hope no one else ever has to experience the terror I did. If you're reading this and you live in rural Nebraska, please be careful. Don't go into the cornfields alone. And if you hear strange noises or see a man with wild eyes and scarred arms, run. Run as fast as you can and don't look back. I count myself lucky that I escaped that day, but the experience left scars deeper than any physical wounds. It opened my eyes to the fact that true evil exists in this world, and sometimes it's hiding in the most mundane places, just waiting for an opportunity to strike. So take it from someone who learned the hard way. Stick to the path. Heed the warnings of those who came before you. You never know what nightmares might be lurking just out of sight, ready to pull you into the darkness. I never thought I'd find myself trembling in fear on my own family's farm. It was supposed to be a peaceful retreat, a chance to clear my head and help my aging parents with the harvest. But now, as I huddle in this dark corner of the barn, I can't shake the feeling that something evil is lurking just outside. It all started about a week ago. I'd been struggling with writer's block for months, unable to finish my latest novel. The stress was eating away at me, so when my mom called asking for help on the farm, I jumped at the chance to escape the city. The familiar sights and smells of my childhood home were comforting at first. I spent my days helping Dad repair fences and tend to the animals, while my evenings were filled with home-cooked meals and quiet nights on the porch. But then I noticed something strange. One night, as I was heading to bed, I glanced out my bedroom window towards the cornfield. There, just at the edge where the tall stalks met the mown grass, I saw a figure. It was too dark to make out details, but I could see the silhouette of what looked like a person, standing completely still and facing the house. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, convinced I was seeing things. When I looked again, it was gone. I tried to brush it off as my overactive imagination, but the next night, there it was again. Same spot, same unnatural stillness. This time I watched for several minutes, but it never moved an inch. I thought about waking my parents, but decided against it. They had enough on their plates without me adding weird hallucinations to the mix. For the next few nights, I found myself drawn to the window, searching for that eerie figure. Sometimes it was there, sometimes not. But when it did appear, it was always in the exact same pose, ramrod straight, arms at its sides, face pointed directly at the house. I started losing sleep, lying awake for hours, straining to hear any sound of movement outside. On the fifth night, my blood ran cold. The figure was there, but this time it was closer, maybe 20 feet nearer to the house than before. I squinted, trying to make out any features, but it was like looking at a black cutout against the night sky. That's when I knew I had to tell someone. The next morning over breakfast, I casually mentioned to my parents that I thought I'd seen someone lurking at the edge of the property. Mom looked concerned, but Dad just chuckled. "Probably old Mrs. Henderson from next door," he said between bites of toast. "She likes to take evening walks sometimes. Don't worry about it, son." But I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. That afternoon, I decided to pay Mrs. Henderson a visit, just to ease my mind. The elderly woman welcomed me in, and we chatted over tea and cookies. When I brought up the nighttime visitor, her wrinkled face creased with confusion. "I'm sorry, dear, but I haven't been on any walks lately. My hip's been acting up something awful," she said, patting her side for emphasis. "And I certainly wouldn't be out in that cornfield at night. Too many critters out there for my liking." My stomach dropped. If it wasn't Mrs. Henderson, who or what had I been seeing? That night, a thunderstorm rolled in. The wind howled, rattling the windows and bending the corn stalks. I paced nervously, torn between wanting to look outside and dreading what I might see. Just as I worked up the courage to approach the window, a massive crack of thunder shook the house. The lights flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. Panic clawed at my throat as I fumbled for my phone, using its feeble light to navigate the dark hallway. I called out for my parents, but got no response. They must have gone to bed early, I thought. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, a flash of lightning illuminated the living room for a split second. My heart stopped. There, pressed against the picture window, was a face, pale, gaunt, with eyes like black pits. It was the figure from the cornfield, and it was inside the fence line. I stumbled backward, nearly falling in my haste to get away. Another lightning strike revealed an empty window, but I knew what I'd seen. Adrenaline surging, I ran to the back door and threw it open, not even bothering to grab shoes or a jacket. The rain was coming down in sheets as I sprinted across the yard. I could barely see 2 feet in front of me, but I knew I had to get to the barn. It was the only place I could think to hide. As I ran, I heard a sound that chilled me to my core. The rhythmic thud of footsteps behind me, getting closer. I didn't dare look back. I just ran faster, my lungs burning as I gasped for air. The barn loomed ahead, a dark shape against the stormy sky. Just as I reached for the door handle, lightning flashed again. The sound that escaped my throat was barely human as I saw the figure, now only yards away. In its hand was a rusty garden spade, raised high like a weapon. I threw myself inside the barn and slammed the door shut, fumbling with trembling hands to slide the heavy wooden bar into place. For a moment, all I could hear was the pounding of rain on the roof and my own ragged breathing. Then came a scraping sound at the door, followed by a hollow thud. Thud, thud, thud. It was trying to break in. Panicked, I scrambled deeper into the barn, looking for somewhere to hide. The musty smell of hay filled my nostrils as I crawled behind some old farm equipment. I curled into a ball, making myself as small as possible, and tried to quiet my breathing. The thudding at the door stopped. For a long moment there was only silence. Then I heard it, the slow creak of hinges as the barn door swung open. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoed on the wooden floor. I pressed a hand over my mouth to stifle a whimper. The footsteps paused, and I could almost feel eyes scanning the darkness, searching. A scraping sound, metal on wood, the spade being dragged across the floor, closer, closer. I squeezed my eyes shut, silently begging for this to be a nightmare. But the footsteps kept coming, and I knew with horrible certainty that this was all too real. Suddenly, a crash of metal. My eyes flew open to see a stack of paint cans topple over, spilling their contents across the floor. In the chaos, I caught a glimpse of a pale, emaciated form darting between the shadows. Taking advantage of the distraction, I bolted. I ran blindly, no destination in mind except away. Away from the barn, away from the house, away from that terrifying figure. The corn whipped at my face as I plunged into the field, but I didn't slow down. I could hear pursuit behind me, the sound of stalks being roughly pushed aside. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing in a small clearing. As I lay there gasping for air, the sounds of pursuit faded. The only noise was the steady patter of rain and the occasional rumble of distant thunder. I don't know how long I stayed there, curled up in the mud, too afraid to move. Eventually, the storm passed and the sky began to lighten. As the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds, I slowly stood up on shaky legs. The farm was quiet as I emerged from the cornfield. No sign of the nightmarish figure. No evidence of the terror I'd experienced. Just the usual morning sounds of birds chirping and cows lowing in the distance. I found my parents in the kitchen, calmly eating breakfast. They looked at me with concern, taking in my mud-caked clothes and wild eyes. "Jack, what on earth happened to you?" Mom asked, rising from her chair. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. How could I explain what I'd been through? They'd think I was crazy. Hell, maybe I was crazy. In the end, I mumbled something about getting caught in the storm while checking on the animals. Mom fussed over me, insisting I change clothes and eat something. Dad just shook his head, muttering about city boys not being used to farm life anymore. I've been jumpier than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs ever since that night. I check and double-check the locks, and I can't bring myself to look out the windows after dark. My parents are starting to worry, I can tell. They keep exchanging glances when they think I'm not looking. Part of me wants to pack up and head back to the city right now. But a bigger part is terrified of what might follow me if I leave. So I stay, going through the motions of farm life during the day and lying awake at night, straining to hear any sound of footsteps in the corn. I don't know what that thing was or what it wanted. All I know is that it was real, it was here, and it might still be out there somewhere, waiting, watching, ready to emerge from the corn once again when night falls. I've lived alone in my little farmhouse for the past 5 years. It's a quiet, secluded place surrounded by cornfields as far as the eye can see. I always loved the peace and solitude out here, away from the noise and bustle of the city. At least, I used to love it. Now, the isolation that once brought me comfort fills me with dread. It all started on an ordinary Tuesday evening. I was sitting on my porch, enjoying the sunset and sipping a beer after a long day of work. The cornstalks swayed gently in the breeze, creating a soothing, rustling sound. As darkness fell, I was about to head inside when I heard it, a blood-curdling scream that made my hair stand on end. It sounded like a child, and it was coming from somewhere in the cornfield. My heart started racing as I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint the source. But as quickly as it had started, the scream cut off abruptly. An eerie silence descended over the farm. I grabbed my flashlight and ran out towards the field, calling out to see if anyone was there. But the only response was the whispering of the corn in the wind. I searched for nearly an hour, combing through row after row of stalks, but found nothing. No signs of disturbance, no footprints, nothing at all to indicate anyone had been there. Shaken, I went back to the house and called the police. They sent a couple of officers out, but after searching the property, they couldn't find anything either. They took my statement and said they'd keep an eye out, but I could tell they thought I was just some paranoid country bumpkin who'd probably heard a coyote or something. I barely slept that night, tossing and turning as that scream echoed in my mind. Had I really heard a child? Was someone in danger out there? Or was my mind playing tricks on me after too many lonely nights? The next day passed uneventfully, but I remained on edge. As night fell again, I found myself obsessively checking and rechecking the locks on all the doors and windows. I tried to relax by watching TV, but I couldn't focus on anything. Every little noise made me jump. Around midnight, I smelled smoke. At first, I thought I was imagining things, but then I saw an orange glow through the window. Heart pounding, I ran outside to find a section of the cornfield ablaze. The flames were spreading rapidly, consuming the dry stalks. I called 911 in a panic and then grabbed my garden hose, frantically trying to contain the fire until help arrived. It felt like an eternity before I heard sirens in the distance. The local volunteer fire department showed up and managed to get the blaze under control before it reached my house. As I stood there watching them work, covered in sweat and soot, I felt a chill run down my spine. How had the fire started? There hadn't been any lightning, and I knew I hadn't been careless with any flames. Was it connected to that scream from the night before? The fire chief couldn't determine a clear cause. There was no evidence of accelerants or anything suspicious. He said it could have been a discarded cigarette from a passing car, but something about that explanation didn't sit right with me. Exhausted and shaken, I finally went to bed around 4 a.m. I drifted into an uneasy sleep, only to jolt awake less than an hour later. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. Then I heard it, footsteps, creaking on the old wooden floorboards of my hallway. I froze, hardly daring to breathe. The footsteps were getting closer to my bedroom door. My eyes darted around in the darkness, looking for anything I could use as a weapon. I slowly reached for the baseball bat I kept under my bed, my fingers trembling. The door handle turned with agonizing slowness. As it began to open, I leapt up with a yell, swinging the bat wildly. But there was no one there. The door swung open to reveal an empty hallway. Breathing heavily, I searched the entire house, bat in hand. Every room was empty, every window and door still locked. There was no sign anyone had been there. Had I dreamed it? Was I losing my mind? I didn't sleep again that night. As soon as the sun rose, I called the police again. They came out and dutifully took another statement, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. With no evidence of an intruder, they clearly thought I was becoming unhinged. Maybe I was. I spent the day in a fog, jumping at every sound. As evening approached, I couldn't bear the thought of spending another night in that house. I threw some clothes in a bag and drove to a motel in town, desperate for a night of uninterrupted sleep. But when I returned home the next morning, I found my worst fears realized. The house had been completely ransacked. Furniture was overturned, drawers emptied, pictures smashed. It looked like a tornado had torn through the place. I called the police again, my voice shaking as I tried to explain what had happened. This time they took it seriously, sending out several officers and even a detective. They dusted for fingerprints and looked for any signs of forced entry, but found nothing. Whoever had done this had been careful not to leave any traces. As they searched, I wandered through the wreckage of my home in a daze. How could this have happened? Who would do this, and why? Was it connected to the scream, the fire, the footsteps I'd heard? The police were baffled. With no leads to go on, they increased patrols in the area, but couldn't do much else. They advised me to install security cameras and an alarm system, which I did immediately. But it didn't make me feel any safer. For weeks afterward, I barely slept. I jumped at every noise, convinced the intruder would return. I obsessed over that first night, replaying the child's scream in my head. Had there really been a kid out there in danger? Had I failed to help them? Or was it all part of some elaborate, twisted game someone was playing with me? It's been a month now, and nothing else has happened. No more screams, no fires, no break-ins. But I can't shake the feeling that it's not over. That whoever or whatever was responsible is still out there, watching and waiting. I've thought about moving, but this place has been in my family for generations. It's all I have left of my parents, and part of me is afraid that if I leave, I'll never know the truth about what happened. So I stay, sleeping with one eye open, startling at every creak and rustle from the cornfield, always wondering when the terror will return, and if next time, I'll be prepared for it. Because one thing I know for certain, whatever happened here that week was real, and it was far from over. I was scrolling through Facebook Marketplace one evening in October 2019, looking for some cute fall decorations to spruce up my apartment. I had just moved to Asheville with my boyfriend Carter a few months ago, and I was excited to decorate for my favorite season. That's when I came across a listing for some adorable ceramic pumpkins and leaf garlands at a really good price. The seller's name was Cody, and he seemed friendly enough in our messages. I arranged to meet Cody that night to pick up the decorations. My roommate Sally offered to come with me, which I was grateful for. In hindsight, I wish I had asked Carter to come instead, but he was working late that night. Sally and I pulled up to the address Cody gave us around 8 p.m. It was already dark out, and the house looked pretty run down. Paint was peeling off the siding, and overgrown weeds choked the front yard. I felt a little uneasy, but I figured it was just an older house that needed some TLC. We knocked on the door, and after a long pause, it creaked open. A man who I assumed was Cody peered out at us. He was probably in his 40s, with greasy hair and yellowed teeth. His eyes darted between Sally and me in a way that made my skin crawl. "You here for the fall stuff?" he asked in a raspy voice. I nodded and tried to sound cheerful. "Yep, I'm the one who messaged you earlier." He grunted and opened the door wider. "Come on in. It's in the basement." Sally and I exchanged an uneasy glance. I really didn't want to go into this stranger's basement, but I also felt awkward about backing out now that we were here. Is there any way you could bring it up here?" I asked hesitantly. "We're kind of in a hurry." Cody's eyes narrowed slightly. "Nah, too much to carry. It'll just take a minute. Come on down." Against my better judgment, we followed him inside. The interior of the house was even worse than the outside. It smelled musty and damp, with a sickly sweet undertone that made me want to gag. Dirty dishes and trash were piled on every surface. As we walked through the living room, I noticed some framed photos on a dusty shelf. They showed an elderly woman smiling in front of the house. I assumed it must be Cody's mother or grandmother, but something about it struck me as odd. We reached the top of the basement stairs, and a wave of putrid odor hit me like a punch to the gut. It was a combination of rotting meat and something chemical, like bleach. My heart started racing. On second thought, I stammered, I don't think we need to see the decorations after all. We should probably get going. Cody turned to look at us, blocking the way back to the front door. His eyes had a predatory gleam that sent chills down my spine. "Oh, come on now," he said with a leer. "You came all this way. Might as well take a look, right?" I grabbed Sally's arm, ready to bolt, when a loud thump came from the basement. Cody's head whipped around toward the sound. "What was that?" Sally whispered. "Probably just the cat," Cody muttered unconvincingly. But I caught a flash of panic in his eyes. Another thump, followed by a muffled cry that was definitely human. "We're leaving. Now," I said firmly, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. I pushed past Cody and dragged Sally with me toward the front door. "Wait," Cody called after us. "Don't you want to see what's in the red container?" I didn't stop to look back or respond. We practically ran to my car and peeled out of there as fast as we could. Once we were a few blocks away, I pulled over, hands shaking. Sally and I stared at each other in shocked silence for a moment. "What the fuck just happened?" she finally said. I shook my head, still trying to process it. "I have no idea, but I think we need to call the police." We debated it for a while, but ultimately decided not to report anything that night. We weren't even sure what we would say. Nothing concrete had actually happened, and it all sounded crazy when we tried to explain it out loud. We agreed to sleep on it and reevaluate in the morning. I tossed and turned all night, unable to shake the feeling that we had narrowly escaped something horrible. The next day I told Carter everything. He was furious that I had put myself in such a dangerous situation and insisted we report it. But when Carter looked up the address, things got even weirder. According to property records, the house belonged to an 85-year-old woman named Mildred Granger. She had owned it for over 50 years. "That can't be right," I said, peering at Carter's laptop screen. "Unless that was Cody's grandmother? But why would he be selling her stuff?" Carter shook his head grimly. "I don't think so. Look at this." He pulled up an obituary. Mildred Granger had died 3 months ago. My blood ran cold as the pieces started to fall into place. The rundown state of the house, the old photos, the horrible smells, the noises from the basement, the red container. "Oh my God," I whispered. "We need to call the police right now." Carter was already dialing. I sat there in stunned silence as he explained the situation to the dispatcher. The next few hours were a blur of giving statements to detectives and trying to process what had happened. They took our information seriously and said they would investigate immediately. Later that evening, we got a call from one of the detectives. They had gone to the house with a search warrant, but found it completely empty. No sign of Cody or anyone else living there. No red container. Nothing but some old furniture and cobwebs. "Are you sure you have the right address?" I asked desperately. The detective confirmed it was the same house. He said they would keep investigating, but without any concrete evidence of a crime, there wasn't much more they could do for now. I hung up feeling sick to my stomach. Had we imagined the whole thing? No, it had felt far too real. The smells, the sounds, the palpable sense of danger. Those weren't things you could just make up. In the days and weeks that followed, I obsessively searched for any information I could find about the house or Cody. But it was like he had never existed. The Facebook profile that had posted the marketplace ad was gone. No one in the neighborhood remembered seeing a man matching his description. It's been over 3 years now, and I still don't have any answers. Sometimes I wonder if I dreamed the whole thing. But then I remember the pure terror I felt in that moment, and I know it was real. I've become hyper-vigilant about my personal safety since then. I never meet strangers alone, especially at night. I've installed security cameras and alarms in my home. I carry pepper spray everywhere I go. But no matter what precautions I take, I can't shake the feeling that I came face to face with true evil that night. I don't know what Cody's intentions were or what was really going on in that house. And in some ways, the not knowing is the worst part. Every time I see a red container, my heart races. Every time I catch a whiff of that sickly sweet smell, I'm right back in that moment of paralyzing fear. I know rationally that Cody is probably long gone, but a part of me is always looking over my shoulder, wondering if he's out there somewhere, wondering if someday, somehow, I'll find out what was really in that basement. Until then, all I can do is try to move on with my life and be grateful that Sally and I made it out of there alive. But I'll never forget the night we almost became another statistic, 2 more missing girls that no one would ever find. So please, be careful out there. Trust your instincts. Don't let politeness or awkwardness override your survival instincts. And maybe think twice before buying used decorations from strangers on the internet, because you never know what kind of monsters might be hiding behind a friendly profile picture and a too good to be true deal. Never thought I'd be the type of person to believe in ghosts or supernatural occurrences. But after what happened to me last October, I'm not so sure anymore. It all started on what seemed like a perfectly ordinary Wednesday. I had the day off work and decided to take advantage of the beautiful fall weather by going for a solo hike in DuPont State Recreational Forest, about an hour from my home in Asheville. I set out early that morning, eager to hit the trails before it got too crowded. The forest was absolutely stunning, with the autumn leaves in full color, vibrant reds, oranges, and golds as far as the eye could see. I felt so at peace as I made my way along the winding paths, breathing in the crisp air and listening to the crunch of leaves beneath my feet. About an hour into my hike, I rounded a bend and noticed a woman standing off to the side of the trail, gazing out at the view. She looked to be in her mid-50s, with shoulder-length gray hair. Something about her seemed a bit off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was. As I got closer, I gave her a friendly nod, but she didn't seem to notice me at all. She just kept staring straight ahead with an eerily blank expression. I continued on my way, figuring she was just lost in thought, but as I hiked further, an unsettling feeling started to creep over me. I kept catching glimpses of the same woman at different points along the trail. Each time, she would be standing perfectly still, staring off into space. And each time I tried to get her attention or say hello, she acted as if I wasn't even there. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she was just hiking a similar route and happened to be taking breaks at the same spots I passed. But the way she would suddenly appear and disappear was deeply unnerving. One minute the trail ahead would be empty, and the next she'd be there, motionless. I'd blink, and she'd be gone again. By early afternoon, I was thoroughly spooked and decided to cut my hike short. As I made my way back to the trailhead, my heart was pounding, and I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see the woman materialize behind me. But I made it back to my car without any further sightings and breathed a huge sigh of relief as I drove home. I tried to push the creepy encounter out of my mind as I went about the rest of my day. I made dinner, watched some TV, and eventually headed to bed around 11 p.m. I was exhausted from the long hike and fell asleep almost instantly. In the middle of the night, I suddenly jolted awake with an overwhelming sense that something was wrong. The room was pitch black and dead silent, but I had the distinct feeling that I wasn't alone. My skin prickled with goosebumps as I lay frozen in bed, straining my eyes to see in the darkness. And then I saw her. Standing motionless at the foot of my bed was the same gray-haired woman from the trail. My blood ran cold as I stared at her ghostly figure, illuminated by a faint, otherworldly glow. She was gazing directly at me with those same blank, unseeing eyes. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come out. I was paralyzed with terror, unable to move or look away. We stayed like that for what felt like an eternity, me lying there rigid with fear, her standing silently, watching me. Finally, I managed to squeeze my eyes shut, praying that when I opened them again, she'd be gone. I counted to 10, took a deep breath, and looked. The room was empty. I immediately leapt out of bed and turned on every light in the house, my heart racing. I searched every room, checked all the doors and windows, but found no sign of an intruder. I spent the rest of the night huddled on the couch with all the lights on, jumping at every little sound. The next few days were a blur of anxiety and sleepless nights. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that woman's face. I was too afraid to tell anyone what had happened for fear they'd think I was crazy. Then, about a week after the incident, I got a call from my mom. She had some shocking news. My aunt who lived in Germany had passed away suddenly. As she described the circumstances, my blood ran cold. My aunt had died in her sleep on the very night of my terrifying encounter. But the real kicker came when my mom sent me a recent photo of my aunt. I nearly dropped the phone when I saw it. The woman in the picture, my aunt who I hadn't seen in over a decade, was identical to the ghostly figure I'd seen on the trail and in my bedroom. Same age, same gray hair, same blank stare. I was stunned. How could I have seen my aunt's ghost before I even knew she had died? Was it really her spirit reaching out to me from across the ocean? Or was it all just a bizarre coincidence? To this day, I still don't have answers. I've run through every possible explanation in my head 1,000 times, but nothing quite adds up. All I know is that something truly inexplicable happened to me that day in October. I haven't been back to that forest since then. Just thinking about it gives me chills. And I'm not ashamed to admit that I still sleep with a nightlight on, scanning the shadows for any sign of that haunting figure. I used to be a complete skeptic when it came to ghosts and the supernatural, but after what I experienced, I'm not so sure anymore. There are some things in this world that simply defy rational explanation, and sometimes the line between the living and the dead isn't as clear-cut as we'd like to believe. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what happened that day or why, but I do know that it changed me forever. I now approach the unknown with a much more open mind, and I'll never again dismiss someone's paranormal experience as mere imagination or tricks of the mind, because I know firsthand just how real and terrifying these encounters can be. Sometimes I still find myself wondering, was it really my aunt's spirit I saw that day? Was she trying to say goodbye or warn me of something? Or was it something else entirely, something beyond my comprehension? I may never know the truth, but one thing's for certain. I'll never forget the day I came face to face with the ghost on the trail. It's an experience that will haunt me for the rest of my days. Everyone knew about that creepy place. It had been empty for decades, falling into disrepair. There were always rumors about it being haunted. As kids, we'd dare each other to run up and touch the front door, but we'd never actually gone inside before. Carlos showed up at my place around 9 p.m. He had 2 baseball bats and flashlights. "For protection," he said with a grin. I grabbed my phone and we headed out, trying to act tough, but both of us were already on edge. The streets were empty and silent as we made our way to the outskirts of town. When the old Victorian house came into view, looming against the night sky, I felt a chill run down my spine. Up close, it looked even more dilapidated than I remembered. Peeling paint, broken windows, overgrown yard. "You sure about this?" I whispered. Carlos just nodded and started toward the front porch. The steps creaked ominously under our feet. The front door was locked, but we found a side window that was broken. Carlos boosted me up and I climbed through, heart pounding. Inside, it was pitch black. Our flashlight beams cut through the darkness, revealing peeling wallpaper and ancient furniture draped in sheets. A thick layer of dust covered everything. The floorboards groaned with each step. "This place is so freaky," Carlos muttered. I could hear the nervousness in his voice. We crept through the first floor, peeking into empty rooms. In what must have been the kitchen, there were still dishes in the sink, like the owners had just up and left one day. Everything felt frozen in time. On the second floor, we found bedrooms with old metal bed frames and faded photographs still on the walls. One room had a child's toys scattered across the floor. It gave me goosebumps. Who were these people? What happened to make them abandon everything? The attic was a dead end, just cobwebs and a couple of dusty trunks. We were about to head back downstairs when Carlos froze. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I strained my ears but heard nothing. "What?" I thought I heard singing, coming from downstairs. A chill ran through me. "Dude, don't even joke about that." Carlos shook his head. "I'm serious. It was faint, but I definitely heard something." We stood in tense silence for a moment, listening. I was about to tell Carlos he was imagining things when I heard it too. The faintest whisper of a melody drifting up from below. My blood ran cold. Someone else was in the house with us. "We need to get out of here," I hissed. Carlos nodded, eyes wide with fear. We crept back down to the second floor as quietly as we could. The singing had stopped, but now I could hear what sounded like footsteps below us. "The basement," Carlos mouthed, pointing down. "We should check it out." I shook my head frantically. The last thing I wanted was to go deeper into this nightmare house. But Carlos was already creeping toward the stairs. Cursing under my breath, I followed him. The main floor was still empty and silent. We found the basement door in the kitchen. It was slightly ajar. Carlos pushed it open slowly. A gust of cold, musty air hit us. The wooden steps vanished into inky blackness. "I'll go first," Carlos whispered. "Cover me." Gripping our baseball bats, we descended into the gloom. The temperature seemed to drop with each step. At the bottom, our flashlights revealed a large open space with a dirt floor. Old shelves lined the walls, filled with dusty jars and tools. And then I saw it. In the far corner was a rocking chair, and sitting in it was a dark figure. I grabbed Carlos's arm, my heart seizing with terror. The figure didn't move. As we edged closer, I realized it was just a pile of old clothes draped over the chair. I let out a shaky breath, but then I noticed something that made my blood freeze. There were candles placed in a circle around the chair, and they were lit. "Carlos," I choked out, "we need to leave, now." He nodded, face pale. We turned to flee, and found our path blocked. A tall male figure stood at the foot of the stairs, shrouded in shadow. I couldn't make out any features, but I felt its gaze boring into me. For a moment, we all stood frozen. Then Carlos let out a strangled yell and charged forward, swinging his bat. The figure melted away into the darkness. We sprinted up the stairs, through the kitchen, and out the broken window. We ran all the way home without stopping, gasping for breath. When we finally reached my house, we collapsed on the front lawn. "What the hell was that?" Carlos panted. I shook my head, still trembling. "I don't know. Maybe someone's squatting there?" But we both knew that didn't explain everything we'd seen and heard. The singing, the lit candles, the shadowy figure. It was like something out of a horror movie. We swore each other to secrecy, knowing no one would believe us anyway. But I've never forgotten that night. Sometimes I drive by the old Wilkinson house, wondering if someone or something is still in there, waiting in the darkness. I'll never set foot in that place again. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. We arrived at the cabin on Friday evening after a long drive through winding mountain roads. It was already dark out, and a light snow was falling as we pulled up to the quaint log cabin nestled in the woods. The property looked just like the photos online, rustic and charming, with twinkling Christmas lights adorning the porch. As we were unloading our bags from the car, a man suddenly emerged from the shadows, startling us both. He introduced himself as Tom and said he was the property owner's brother, there to welcome us and make sure we had everything we needed. Something about him immediately put me on edge. His smile seemed forced, and his eyes had an unsettling intensity as he looked us over. Tom insisted on helping carry our bags inside, despite our polite refusals. As he followed us in, I noticed him studying the layout of the cabin intently. He hovered awkwardly as we settled in, peppering us with questions about our plans for the weekend. When he finally left, Jake and I exchanged uneasy glances. We tried to shake off the weird encounter and focus on enjoying our romantic evening. Later that night, we were snuggled up on the couch watching Christmas movies when we heard a loud thump outside. Jake went to investigate but didn't see anything. We assumed it was just snow falling from the trees, but then it happened again, this time sounding more like deliberate knocking. My heart started racing as Jake cautiously opened the door. There was no one there, but we saw fresh footprints in the snow leading away from the porch. I was officially freaked out at this point. Jake tried to calm me down, saying it was probably just an animal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I insisted we double-check all the locks before going to bed. As I was pulling the curtains closed, I swear I saw a shadowy figure dart between the trees. I told myself I was just being paranoid. We tried to get some sleep, but I kept waking up to every little sound. Around 3 a.m., I heard what sounded like footsteps on the porch. I shook Jake awake and we listened in terrified silence. The footsteps circled the cabin slowly before stopping right outside our bedroom window. I was trembling uncontrollably as Jake grabbed a lamp to use as a weapon. We waited for what felt like hours, hardly daring to breathe. Eventually the footsteps retreated and all was quiet again. Neither of us got any more sleep that night. As soon as it was light out, we went outside to investigate. There were multiple sets of footprints all around the cabin, including right up to our window. Jake wanted to call the police, but I was worried we'd seem crazy reporting footprints with no other evidence. Instead, I suggested we contact the Airbnb host, Mike, to ask about increased security. When we called Mike, he seemed confused by our concerns. He said the cabin was in a very safe area, and he'd never had any issues before. When we mentioned meeting his brother Tom, Mike's tone completely changed. He told us he was an only child and had no idea who this Tom person was. My blood ran cold as the realization hit me. The man who'd been in our cabin was a total stranger. Panic set in as Jake and I tried to process this information. Who was Tom, and why had he pretended to be Mike's brother? Had he been the one lurking outside our cabin all night? What were his intentions? We decided we needed to get out of there immediately. We started frantically packing our bags, jumping at every little sound. As we were loading up the car, we heard a vehicle approaching on the gravel driveway. My heart nearly stopped when I saw it was Tom, driving an old pickup truck. He got out and started walking towards us with that same unsettling smile. Jake yelled at me to get in the car as he threw the last of our bags in the trunk. We peeled out of there as fast as we could on the icy roads. In the rearview mirror, I saw Tom running after our car. The image of his crazed expression is burned into my mind. We drove for hours, terrified he might be following us. We didn't feel safe until we were back home with the doors locked. We reported the incident to Airbnb and the police, but as far as I know, nothing ever came of it. To this day, I have no idea who Tom really was or what his intentions were. The thought of what could have happened if we'd stayed in that cabin still gives me nightmares. I can't help but wonder if he's still out there, terrorizing other unsuspecting vacationers. This experience taught me to be much more cautious about staying in isolated rentals. You never truly know who you can trust. I'm sharing this story as a warning to others. Always trust your instincts if something feels off. Do thorough research on properties and hosts before booking, and never let your guard down, even in what seems like a safe situation. Our dream vacation turned into a horror movie, and I'll never take my safety for granted again. Looking back, there were so many red flags we ignored. The way Tom seemed to appear out of nowhere when we arrived. How he was so insistent on coming inside and asking personal questions. The fact that he claimed to be the owner's brother, but clearly didn't have a key or know much about the property. We should have trusted our gut feelings that something wasn't right about him from the start. I still get chills remembering how vulnerable we were in that remote cabin. There was no one around for miles to hear us if we'd screamed for help. Cell service was spotty at best. We were completely at the mercy of whoever was out there stalking us in the night. The terror of lying awake, listening to those footsteps circling closer and closer, is something I'll never forget. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we'd confronted Tom directly or called the police right away. But in the moment, we were paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. We didn't want to seem paranoid or cause a scene if it turned out to be nothing. That's how predators take advantage. They count on people doubting themselves and staying quiet. Since that weekend, I've become almost obsessive about security measures. I always check for hidden cameras in rentals now. I bring my own door-stopper alarm to use at night. I make sure multiple people know my exact location and check in regularly. Some might say I'm being overly cautious, but after what we went through, I don't think you can be too careful. Jake and I broke up a few months after the incident. The stress and trauma of what happened put a huge strain on our relationship. He wanted to just forget about it and move on, but I couldn't let it go. I still have trouble sleeping in unfamiliar places. Loud noises make me jump. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, especially in wooded areas. I've tried therapy to deal with the anxiety and paranoia, but it's been a slow process. Part of me feels silly for being so affected by something that ultimately didn't result in any physical harm. But the psychological impact of feeling so helpless and afraid is very real. I'm working on finding a balance between staying vigilant and not letting fear control my life. Sometimes I find myself obsessively Googling news stories about the Poconos area, searching for any similar incidents or missing persons cases. I can't help but wonder if Tom has hurt other people. Was this a one-time thing or part of a larger pattern? The not knowing is almost worse than what actually happened. I debated for a long time whether to share this story publicly. Part of me was embarrassed and didn't want to relive it. But ultimately I decided that warning others and potentially preventing someone else from going through something similar was more important than my pride. If even one person reads this and is more careful as a result, it will be worth it. So please learn from our mistakes. Don't ignore red flags or brush off your instincts. Be cautious about isolating yourself in unfamiliar places. Have a safety plan and multiple ways to call for help. And most importantly, remember that danger can come from unexpected places, even someone claiming to be there to help you. I don't know if I'll ever feel completely safe traveling again, but I refuse to let fear keep me from living my life. I'm slowly rebuilding my confidence and ability to trust. Writing this out has been cathartic in a way. I hope that by sharing my experience, I can help others stay safe and maybe find some closure for myself as well. Thank you for reading, and please stay vigilant out there. It all started when we decided to move to the suburbs. My wife and I had 3 young kids, and we wanted more space and a quieter neighborhood. We found this beautiful house that seemed perfect. Spacious rooms, a big backyard for the kids to play in, and in a great school district. The price was surprisingly reasonable too. The only quirk was the garden, which was filled with these old statues. At first we thought the statues were charming. They gave the yard character, you know. There were about a dozen of them scattered around. Some looked like Greek or Roman figures. Others were more abstract. The realtor said they'd been there for decades and came with the house. We figured we'd keep them as a unique feature. The first few weeks after moving in were great. The kids loved exploring the new house and yard. My wife and I were busy unpacking and settling in. Everything seemed normal. Then one morning, I went out to get the newspaper and noticed something odd. One of the statues near the front walkway seemed different. I could have sworn it had been facing the house before, but now it was turned slightly toward the street. I chalked it up to my memory being faulty. I'd been so busy I probably just remembered wrong. But over the next few days, I kept getting that feeling. The statues just didn't look quite right. My wife noticed it too. We'd be looking out the kitchen window while doing dishes, and one of us would say, "Didn't that statue used to be closer to the fence?" Or, "I thought that one was looking the other way before." We tried to brush it off, but it was unsettling. I started paying closer attention, even taking a few photos on my phone so I could compare. And that's when I knew for sure the statues were moving, just slightly at first, turning a few degrees or shifting position by an inch or two. But they were definitely not staying put. I didn't want to scare the kids, so my wife and I kept it to ourselves at first. We'd whisper about it after they went to bed. "Did you see the one by the oak tree? It's facing the complete opposite direction now." The group near the back fence, they formed a circle. They were all spread out before. We argued about what to do. Should we call the police? But what would we say? Our statues are moving by themselves. They'd think we were crazy. We considered just getting rid of the statues, but something held us back. What if we were wrong? What if there was a logical explanation? Then things escalated. One morning I went out to get the mail and nearly had a heart attack. All of the statues had moved to form a line along the edge of our property, like sentinels standing guard. They were all facing outward, toward the street. I ran back inside in a panic. My wife saw my face and knew something was wrong. When I told her, she went to look for herself. She came back pale and shaking. "What's happening?" she whispered. "Is someone messing with us?" We decided to set up some security cameras, just in case it was neighborhood kids playing an elaborate prank. But before we could, things got even weirder. I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. As I was heading back to bed, I glanced out the hallway window that overlooked the backyard. What I saw made my blood run cold. There were people in our yard, 5 of them, all dressed in white, moving in a slow, strange dance around the statues. Their faces were covered by blank white masks. I stood frozen, unable to believe what I was seeing. Then one of them stopped and turned to look directly at the house, at me. I ran to wake up my wife, but by the time we got back to the window, the yard was empty. Just the statues, back in their original positions like nothing had happened. The next morning, we found something that made my stomach drop. Spray painted on the side of our house in large red letters were the words, "Go away." That was it. We called the police. They came out and took a report, but said there wasn't much they could do without evidence. They suggested we install security cameras and alarms. We did that immediately. We also considered moving, but we'd sunk all our savings into this house. We couldn't afford to just leave. For the next few weeks, we were on edge constantly. I barely slept, jumping at every sound. The kids picked up on our anxiety and started having nightmares. But nothing else happened. The statues stayed put. No more masked figures appeared. We started to wonder if we'd imagined it all. Maybe the stress of the move had gotten to us. Maybe there was a gas leak or something making us hallucinate. But then how do you explain the graffiti? The police had seen that. It was real. It's been years now, and we still live in that house. Nothing else ever happened. The statues are still there, never moving again. We've learned to live with the uncertainty, the not knowing. But sometimes, late at night, I'll look out at those stone figures in our yard and wonder, what really happened? Who were those masked people? And why did it all just stop? I don't have any answers. Maybe I never will. But I know what I saw, and I'll never forget the terror of those weeks when our perfect suburban home became a living nightmare. My husband Jake and I had just moved to a rural area in New Mexico. We were looking for a fresh start, away from the drama of our families back east. Jake's an electrician, and I work from home, so we figured a quiet country house would be perfect. We found this charming old farmhouse for a steal. Should have known it was too good to be true. The first few weeks were great. We were settling in, fixing the place up bit by bit. It needed some work, but nothing major, or so we thought. One day, Jake was checking out some wiring issues in the basement. I was upstairs working when I heard him call out, "Tay, can you come down here for a sec?" I headed down to the musty old basement. Jake was standing in front of a section of wall I'd never really paid attention to before. "Check this out," he said, running his hand along the edge of what looked like a door, a heavy metal door, industrial-looking, completely out of place in this old farmhouse. "What the hell?" I muttered. "How did we not notice this before?" Jake tried the handle, but it was locked tight. We spent the next hour searching for a key, but came up empty. "Should we call a locksmith?" I suggested. Jake nodded. "Yeah, I think we need to see what's behind this thing." The locksmith came out the next day. He seemed as perplexed by the door as we were. "Never seen anything like this in a residential home," he commented as he worked on the lock. This is the kind of door you'd see in a bank vault or something. Finally, we heard a click. The locksmith stepped back, and Jake and I exchanged nervous glances. He reached for the handle and slowly pulled the heavy door open. The smell hit us first, musty and stale, like the air hadn't moved in years. Jake flicked on his flashlight and we peered inside. It was a room, a secret room, hidden behind this massive door in our basement. And it wasn't empty. The beam of the flashlight swept across the space, revealing shelves lined with old books and papers. Strange symbols were painted on the walls, circles, triangles, things I didn't recognize. But what really got me were the photos. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, tacked up all over the walls. Old black and white photos, more recent color ones. All of them showed the same thing, our house. From different angles, at different times of day, in different seasons. But always, our house. "What the fuck?" Jake whispered beside me. We stepped further into the room. There was a cot in one corner, a small desk, even a little camping stove. Someone had been living down here. Recently. I felt sick to my stomach. How long had this person been here? Were they still around? We spent the next hour combing through the room, trying to make sense of what we were seeing. The books were all on occult topics, rituals, summonings, that kind of thing. The papers seemed to be someone's research notes, but they were written in a language I didn't recognize. "We need to call the cops," I said finally. Jake nodded, looking as shaken as I felt. The police came out and took statements, photos, the whole deal. They said they'd look into it, try to track down the previous owners, but they didn't seem overly concerned. Just an odd room, probably some eccentric former owner's hobby space. Nothing to worry about, but I was worried. I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd stumbled onto something we weren't supposed to see. That night, neither of us could sleep. We kept hearing noises, creaks and thumps that were probably just the house settling, but felt sinister now. Around 2 a.m., we heard a loud crash from downstairs. Jake grabbed a baseball bat, and we crept down to investigate. The kitchen window was shattered, glass all over the floor, but there was no sign of an intruder. We called the cops again. They came out, took another report, but again, didn't seem too worried. "Probably just kids," they said. The next night, it was scratching sounds at the bedroom door. The night after that, all the faucets in the house turned on at once in the middle of the night. Each time we'd call the police. Each time they'd come out, find nothing, and leave us feeling even more alone and vulnerable. It went on like this for days. We were both wrecks, jumping at every sound, barely sleeping. I wanted to leave, to go stay in a hotel or something, but Jake insisted we stay. This was our home, he said. We couldn't let whoever was doing this chase us out. Then came the night that changed everything. We'd finally managed to fall into an uneasy sleep when a deafening bang jolted us awake. It sounded like someone had slammed a wrecking ball into the side of the house. Before we could even react, there was another bang, and another. The whole house was shaking. We huddled together in bed, paralyzed with fear. The banging continued, getting louder and more frenzied. It sounded like it was coming from all around us, like the house was under siege. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse than the noise. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, we heard a new sound. Footsteps, heavy footsteps, moving through the house below us. Jake gripped the baseball bat tighter. I clutched my phone, 911 already dialed, and my finger hovering over the call button. The footsteps grew closer, up the stairs, down the hall, right outside our door. We held our breath, staring at the door handle. It started to turn. And then, nothing. The handle stopped moving. The footsteps retreated. We heard the front door open and close. We stayed frozen in place until dawn started to break. Only then did we dare to move, to check the house. There was no sign of forced entry, no footprints, no broken windows, nothing out of place, except for one thing. The metal door in the basement was open, wide open, when we knew we'd locked it after the police finished their investigation. We didn't even pack. We just got in the car and drove, leaving everything behind. We've been staying with friends ever since, too terrified to go back. The police still haven't found anything. The previous owners claim they knew nothing about the hidden room. We're in limbo, unable to move forward, but too scared to go back. I don't know what was in that room or who was living there. I don't know who's been terrorizing us or why, but I know one thing for certain. That house isn't ours anymore, and I don't think it ever really was. At first, everything seemed normal. I was settling in, getting to know the area. That's when I first noticed my elderly neighbor, Priscilla. She lived in the house to my right, and I'd see her puttering around her garden or sitting on her porch. I tried to be friendly, waving when I saw her, but something about the way she looked at me made me uneasy. Her eyes would follow me intensely, like she was studying my every move. I brushed it off at first. I figured she was just a lonely old lady, curious about her new neighbor. But as the days went by, I noticed her watching me more and more. She'd be at her window when I left for work in the morning. When I got home, she'd suddenly appear on her porch, staring as I walked to my door. Once, I caught her peering over the fence into my backyard while I was grilling. It was starting to creep me out. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was overreacting. But then things started to escalate. One morning, I went out to get the mail and found a framed photo sitting on my front step. It was an old black and white picture of a young man in a military uniform. I had no idea who he was or why it was there. When I looked over at Priscilla's house, I saw her curtain quickly close. That really unsettled me. Had she left it there? Why? I didn't know what to do, so I just brought the photo inside and tried not to think about it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. A few days later, I was in my backyard doing some yard work when I noticed something shiny in the grass near the fence. It was a small gold locket. Inside was another old photo, this time of a woman holding a baby. Again, I had no clue who they were. I looked over the fence, but Priscilla wasn't in sight. Still, I knew it had to be from her. Why was she leaving these things in my yard? I was seriously creeped out now. I considered going over to talk to her about it, but something held me back. Maybe I was afraid of confrontation, or maybe some instinct was warning me to stay away. Either way, I decided to just be more vigilant and hope the weird behavior would stop. But it didn't stop. It got worse. One night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to a noise downstairs. At first I thought I was dreaming, but then I heard it again, a soft thud, like someone bumping into furniture. My heart started racing. I live alone, so there shouldn't be anyone down there. I grabbed my phone and the baseball bat I keep by my bed. Hands shaking, I crept down the stairs as quietly as I could. The living room was dark, but I could make out a figure moving near the window. I flipped on the light, and my blood ran cold. It was Priscilla. She was standing in my living room, holding a large kitchen knife. Her gray hair was wild, her nightgown rumpled. But it was her eyes that terrified me most. They were wide and unfocused, filled with a manic energy. Before I could react, she lunged at me, screaming, "You took him! You took my boy!" I barely managed to dodge, the knife slicing through the air where I'd just been standing. I stumbled backwards, my mind reeling. What the hell was happening? "Priscilla, stop!" I yelled, holding the bat in front of me defensively. "I don't know what you're talking about." But she wasn't listening. She kept coming at me, swinging the knife wildly. "Give him back!" she shrieked. "What did you do with my son?" I was in full panic mode now. This frail old woman had turned into something out of a horror movie. I managed to keep dodging her attacks, but I was running out of room. My back hit the wall, and I knew I had to do something. As she lunged at me again, I swung the bat. I didn't want to hurt her, but I had to defend myself. It connected with her arm, and she dropped the knife with a cry of pain. I used the moment to run for the front door, fumbling with the lock as I heard her coming up behind me. I burst out onto the front lawn, screaming for help. Lights started coming on in neighboring houses. I saw Priscilla in the doorway, still clutching her arm, but glaring at me with such hatred it made my skin crawl. It felt like an eternity, but the police arrived within minutes. They restrained Priscilla, who was still ranting about her missing son. I was shaking so hard I could barely speak as I tried to explain what happened. The whole thing was surreal. As they put Priscilla in the police car, I caught snippets of conversation. Apparently, she'd lost her son in the Vietnam War over 50 years ago. She'd been deteriorating mentally for years, but no one realized how bad it had gotten. They said she must have fixated on me as some kind of replacement for her lost child. I spent the rest of the night at the police station giving my statement. When I finally got home, I couldn't bring myself to go inside. I ended up staying with my parents for a week. I learned later that Priscilla had been taken to a psychiatric facility for evaluation and treatment. Even when I did return home, I couldn't relax. I installed a security system, put extra locks on the doors and windows, but I still jumped at every little noise. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, convinced someone was in the house. The memories of that night haunted me. The wild look in Priscilla's eyes, the glint of the knife, how close I'd come to being seriously hurt or worse. I tried to stay, to tell myself it was over and I was safe. But after a few months, I couldn't take it anymore. I put the house up for sale less than a year after I'd bought it. I lost money on the deal, but I didn't care. I just wanted out. Now I'm back living with my parents, trying to get my life back together. But I'm not the same person I was before. I'm jumpy, always looking over my shoulder. I have a hard time trusting people, especially older folks. I know it's not rational, but I can't help it. Sometimes I wonder if I overreacted, if I should have tried harder to stay in the house. But then I remember that night, the terror, the confusion, the feeling of utter helplessness. And I know I made the right choice. I don't know if I'll ever feel truly safe again, but I'm working on it, day by day. All I know is that I'll never take my security for granted again. And I'll always, always be wary of the people around me, because you never know what darkness might be lurking behind a seemingly harmless facade. It began with little notes I'd find tucked away in random spots, under my pillow, in my school backpack, even in the treehouse. They were always signed, "From Marshmallow Man," in this creepy, childish handwriting. At first I thought it was just Sean or Harold messing with me. The notes seemed to know stuff about me though, like what I'd had for breakfast, or what I'd dreamed about the night before. I figured my brothers must have been spying on me, so I decided to play along. I started writing back, leaving my own notes where I'd found theirs. Looking back now, I wish I'd never encouraged it. The notes got darker over time. Marshmallow Man started describing things he wanted to do to me. Awful things. He'd talk about watching me sleep or following me to school. I was getting seriously freaked out, but I was too embarrassed to tell my parents. I thought they'd just laugh it off as an overactive imagination. One day after school, I found a note in my lunchbox that sent chills down my spine. "I'm coming to visit you tonight, little one. Leave your window open for me." That was it. I knew this had gone way too far to be my brother's. I ran to tell my mom, but she was busy on a work call and brushed me off. I spent that whole evening on edge, jumping at every little sound. When bedtime came, I begged to sleep in Sean's room, but he just called me a baby and shut his door in my face. I tried to stay awake, huddled under my covers with a flashlight, but eventually exhaustion took over. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. The room was pitch black, except for a faint glow coming from my window. As my eyes adjusted, I realized in horror that the glow was coming from a pair of sickly yellow eyes peering in at me. I was paralyzed with fear as I made out the figure of an old man pressed against my second-story window. His wrinkled face was completely covered in sticky white marshmallows, with only those glowing eyes visible. He smiled at me, a twisted, toothless grin that will be burned into my memory forever. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come out. The old man slowly raised one gnarled finger to his lips in a shh gesture. Then he started tapping on the glass with long, yellowed fingernails. Tap, tap, tap. Something in me finally snapped, and I let out the most blood-curdling scream of my life. I heard my parents' footsteps thundering down the hall as the old man's face disappeared from view. By the time they burst into my room, he was gone without a trace. The police came that night, but they couldn't find any evidence of an intruder. No footprints in the flower beds below my window, no sticky marshmallow residue, nothing. They checked the whole neighborhood but came up empty-handed. My parents tried to convince me it was just a nightmare, but I knew what I saw. Those yellow eyes haunted me for years. I had trouble sleeping alone in my room after that. Any time I saw marshmallows, I'd have a panic attack. We moved away from that house a few months later. My parents said it was for my dad's new job, but I always wondered if it was because of what happened that night. To this day, I've never told anyone the full story. My brothers still think I just had night terrors as a kid. Sometimes I try to rationalize it. Maybe it really was just an overactive imagination combined with lack of sleep. But then I remember those eyes, that smile, the tap-tap-tapping on my window. It was real. It had to be. I'm an adult now with kids of my own, but I still get uneasy when I see an old man walking alone at night. I've never been able to eat marshmallows again, and I always make sure my windows are locked tight before going to bed. I don't know who or what the Marshmallow Man really was. Was he some deranged local, a figment of my imagination, something else? I'll probably never know for sure. But sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I swear I can still hear that faint tapping sound. And for a split second, I see those glowing yellow eyes watching me from the darkness. I know it sounds crazy. Hell, maybe I am crazy. But I know what I experienced, and it was real. The Marshmallow Man was real. And even though it's been decades, a part of me is still that terrified little boy, hiding under the covers and praying he doesn't come back. I'm sorry if this story seems disjointed or hard to follow. It's not easy for me to talk about, even after all this time. Writing it out like this has brought back a lot of memories and emotions I thought I'd buried. My hands are shaking as I type this. I guess I'm sharing it now in hopes that maybe someone out there has had a similar experience, that maybe I'm not alone in this, or maybe I just needed to finally get it off my chest after keeping it bottled up for so long. Either way, thanks for reading. And please, for your own sake, be careful who you talk to online or through notes. You never know who might be on the other end. And always, always keep your windows locked at night. You never know what might be lurking just outside, waiting for an invitation in. Stay safe out there, everyone. And watch out for the Marshmallow Man. He might still be out there somewhere, leaving his sticky fingerprints on the nightmares of unsuspecting children. I just hope he never finds me again. I still remember that day like it was yesterday. The leaves were just starting to change color, and there was a crisp chill in the air that signaled the arrival of autumn. My son Luke had always been an imaginative child, but lately his imaginary friend Jake had become an almost constant presence in our lives. At first, my wife Christy and I thought it was cute. Luke would spend hours in the treehouse at the edge of our property, talking and laughing with his new buddy. We figured it was just a phase, a way for our shy 8-year-old to cope with starting a new school. But as the weeks went on, Luke became more and more obsessed with Jake. He'd wake up in the middle of the night, insisting that Jake was calling him to come play. He'd throw tantrums if we tried to keep him inside after dark. His teachers started calling, concerned about Luke's distracted behavior and constant chatter about his forest friend. I tried to be patient, but I was getting worried. That morning, I decided to have a talk with Luke over breakfast. As he pushed his cereal around the bowl, I gently asked him to tell me more about Jake. "He's my best friend, Dad," Luke said, his eyes lighting up. "He knows everything about the forest and the animals. He says if I go live with him, I can be magic too." A chill ran down my spine. "Luke, you know Jake isn't real, right? It's okay to have imaginary friends, but—" "He is real," Luke shouted, slamming his spoon down. "You just can't see him 'cause you're a grown-up. Jake says grown-ups are boring and dumb." I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. "Buddy, I know Jake seems real to you, but it's not okay for him to say mean things about us. And you know you can't actually go live in the forest, right?" Luke's lower lip trembled. "But Jake says his animal friends will take care of me. He says I don't need you and Mom anymore." My blood ran cold. This was getting out of hand. I shared a worried glance with Christy across the table. We needed to nip this in the bud. "Luke, I think it's time we take down the treehouse," I said gently. "You're getting too old for imaginary games." "No!" Luke screamed, leaping up from the table. "You can't! Jake needs me!" He ran out the back door before we could stop him. Christy and I followed, calling his name. We found him huddled in the treehouse, sobbing. "It's okay, sweetie," Christy soothed, climbing up to sit beside him. "We just want what's best for you." Luke sniffled and buried his face in her shoulder. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking we'd made a breakthrough. But then I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned and my heart stopped. There, at the edge of the woods, was a boy. He was rail-thin and filthy, with matted hair and wild eyes. He stared right at me for a long moment before darting back into the trees. "Oh my God," I whispered. "Christy, get Luke inside, now." She must have heard the urgency in my voice because she didn't question me. As soon as they were safely in the house, I ran to where I'd seen the boy, but there was no trace of him, just the usual tangle of branches and leaves. I spent the next hour combing the woods, my heart pounding. Had I really seen what I thought I saw? Or was Luke's imagination starting to affect me too? When I finally went back inside, Christy was on the phone with the police. Luke sat on the couch, his eyes red from crying. "Dad, why'd you scare Jake away?" he asked accusingly. "He says he's never coming back now." I knelt in front of him, clasping his small hands in mine. "Luke, this is very important. Did you actually see Jake today?" He nodded. "He was watching us from the trees. He looked sad." I tried to keep my voice steady. "Can you describe him for me?" Luke's brow furrowed in concentration. "He's skinny and dirty. His clothes are all ripped up, but his eyes are nice. They're green, like leaves." It was exactly what I'd seen. I felt sick to my stomach. The police arrived a few minutes later. They took our statements and searched the woods, but found nothing. They assured us they'd increase patrols in the area, but I could tell they didn't really believe us. To them, it was just an overactive child's imagination and a stressed-out parent's momentary delusion. But I knew what I'd seen, and clearly, so had Luke. That night, after we'd finally gotten Luke to sleep, Christy and I sat at the kitchen table in stunned silence. "What do we do?" she whispered, her voice shaking. "Should we move?" I shook my head. "I don't know, but we can't let Luke out of our sight until we figure this out." We took turns staying up that night, watching Luke's door. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside set my nerves on edge, but nothing happened. The next morning, Luke was sullen and withdrawn. He refused to go to school, saying Jake would be lonely without him. We decided to keep him home, not wanting to let him out of our sight. As the day wore on, Luke became more and more agitated. He kept going to the windows, pressing his face against the glass and staring into the woods. "He's out there," he'd mutter. "He's waiting for me." By late afternoon, Christy and I were at our wits' end. We'd tried everything to distract Luke. Movies, games, his favorite foods. Nothing worked. Finally, in desperation, I suggested we all go for a walk. Maybe some fresh air would help clear our heads. Christy was hesitant, but agreed it was better than being cooped up in the house. We set off down our quiet street, Luke between us holding our hands. At first, he dragged his feet and whined, but as we got further from the house, he perked up a bit. We were almost at the end of our cul-de-sac when Luke suddenly stopped short. His eyes went wide, and he pointed towards the woods that bordered the neighborhood. "Jake!" he cried out, and before we could stop him, he yanked his hands free and took off running. Christy and I sprinted after him, our hearts in our throats. Luke was fast for his age, darting between trees and ducking under branches. We struggled to keep up, calling his name frantically. Just when I thought my lungs would burst, I caught a glimpse of Luke's red t-shirt through the leaves. He was standing in a small clearing, talking animatedly to thin air. As we burst into the clearing, Luke turned to us with a beatific smile. "Mom, Dad, Jake says I can go with him now. He's going to show me where all the animals live." "Luke, no!" Christy cried, reaching for him. But our son danced just out of reach, and then I saw him again, the wild-looking boy from yesterday. He was standing just beyond Luke, partially hidden by a large oak tree. This time, I got a better look at his face. His eyes were indeed a vivid green, but they held no warmth. They were cold, calculating, hungry. I lunged forward, determined to grab Luke and run, but as my fingers brushed his shirt, there was a blinding flash of light. I stumbled, momentarily blinded. When my vision cleared, Luke and the strange boy were gone, vanished into thin air. Christy's anguished scream echoed through the forest. I shouted Luke's name until my voice gave out. We searched for hours, long after the police arrived with dogs and helicopters, but there was no trace of our son, no footprints, no torn clothing, nothing. It was as if he'd never existed. That was 3 months ago. The police have all but given up. Our friends and family tiptoe around us, not knowing what to say. Christy barely speaks anymore, but I know what I saw. I know Luke is out there somewhere, with that thing, and I won't rest until I find him and bring him home. Every night, I sit on our back porch and stare into the woods. Sometimes I swear I can hear faint laughter on the wind. And once, just as the sun was setting, I caught a glimpse of two small figures darting between the trees. I don't care if it takes the rest of my life. I'll find you, Luke. I promise. It was just supposed to be a relaxing weekend visit home from college. My parents still lived in the same house in Delaware where I grew up, and I was looking forward to some home-cooked meals and catching up. Little did I know I'd end up witnessing a terrifying home invasion. That evening, I decided to sneak out to the backyard treehouse for a bit of nostalgia and to smoke some weed in peace. My parents weren't fans of my habit, so I figured I'd indulge privately. I climbed up into the old wooden structure, settled in with my bong, and was just starting to feel that mellow high when I heard a loud crash from inside the house. At first I thought maybe my dad had dropped something in the kitchen, but then I heard muffled voices that didn't sound like my parents. My heart started racing as I realized someone had broken in. I froze, unsure what to do. Should I try to sneak down and help, call for help? I was scared shitless. With shaking hands, I pulled out my phone to call 911. I whispered as quietly as I could to the dispatcher, explaining the situation. She told me to stay put and that officers were on the way. Those next few minutes felt like hours as I crouched there in the dark treehouse, straining to hear what was happening. I could make out at least two male voices inside, along with the sounds of things being tossed around. Then I heard my mom cry out, and my blood ran cold. These assholes were threatening my parents. I felt so helpless, wanting desperately to do something, but knowing I'd likely just make things worse if I tried to intervene. Just as I was working up the courage to climb down and try to sneak in the back door, I heard heavy footsteps coming outside. My heart nearly stopped as I saw a tall figure step into the yard, looking around. He was dressed all in black with a ski mask covering his face. In his hand was unmistakably a gun. I held my breath, praying he wouldn't look up and spot me. But of course, that's exactly what happened. His head turned, and even in the dim light I could see his eyes lock onto me. "Hey!" he shouted. "We've got company!" In that moment, pure adrenaline and panic took over. Without thinking, I grabbed my bong, the closest thing at hand, and chucked it as hard as I could at the guy's head. By some miracle, it actually connected with a solid thunk. He staggered, clearly caught off guard, then lost his footing on the damp grass and went down hard. I heard shouting from inside and knew his buddies would be coming any second. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely work my phone to call 911 again. "They're outside now," I hissed frantically. "Please hurry." The next few moments were a blur. I heard sirens in the distance getting closer. The guy I'd beaned with the bong was groaning on the ground. Two others came running out of the house carrying duffel bags. They hauled their fallen comrade to his feet, and they all took off running down the street, leaving my parents' front door wide open. I was still frozen in place when the first police car screeched up, quickly followed by two more. Officers swarmed the property with guns drawn. One spotted me in the treehouse and ordered me to come down with my hands up. I complied, my legs barely working as I climbed down. The next hour or so was a whirlwind of giving statements, answering questions, and trying to comfort my shaken parents. The cops praised me for having the presence of mind to call 911 and said my bong throw may have saved lives by disrupting the robbery. But all I felt was overwhelming guilt for not being able to do more to protect my family. In the days and weeks that followed, I found myself constantly on edge. I couldn't shake the image of that masked man staring up at me, or the sound of my mother's frightened cries. I worried constantly about my parents' safety, calling to check on them multiple times a day. We later learned that there had been a string of similar home invasions in the area. The police suspected it was the same crew, but they were never caught. That knowledge only increased my anxiety. What if they came back for revenge? I ended up seeing a therapist to deal with the trauma and eventually was able to process what happened. But to this day, I still get a chill down my spine whenever I hear an unexpected noise at night. And I'll never look at that old tree house the same way again. It went from being a cherished childhood hangout to a reminder of the night I came face to face with true terror. I'm sharing this story now as a reminder to always be aware of your surroundings and trust your instincts if something feels off. You never know when you might find yourself in a situation where quick thinking could save your life or the lives of those you love. Stay safe out there, everyone. My dad had built the treehouse for me when I was younger, maybe 7 or 8. It was pretty basic, just a small wooden platform with railings and a little roof nestled in the branches of the big oak tree in our backyard. I used to love playing up there as a kid, but as I got older, I didn't use it as much. Still, that night, I grabbed my sleeping bag and a flashlight and climbed up there in a huff, slamming the little trapdoor shut behind me. It was the middle of summer, hot and muggy even at night. I tossed and turned for a while, unable to get comfortable on the hard wooden floor. The cicadas were deafening, and every little creak of the tree branches made me jump, but eventually I must have drifted off to sleep. I'm not sure exactly what time it was when I woke up. The sky was still pitch black, so it had to be the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me, maybe just the unfamiliar surroundings. But then I heard it, a deep, gravelly voice, barely more than a whisper. Tommy. My blood ran cold. I froze, hardly daring to breathe. Maybe I had imagined it, but no. A few seconds later, I heard it again. Tommy, I see you up there. I started shaking uncontrollably. The voice was coming from directly below the treehouse. Whoever, or whatever it was, they knew I was there. They knew my name. I wanted to scream, to call for help, but I was paralyzed with fear. I couldn't make a sound. I just lay there, curled up in my sleeping bag, praying that if I stayed perfectly still, they would go away. But they didn't go away. I heard the crunch of footsteps on the dry grass below, and then, to my absolute horror, I heard the soft scraping of hands on wood. They were climbing up. Panic exploded in my chest. I scrambled to my feet, tangled in my sleeping bag, and pressed myself into the far corner of the treehouse. The trapdoor began to slowly lift open. A hand appeared, gripping the edge of the door. It was unnaturally pale in the moonlight. And then a head started to emerge, a dark shape, featureless in the gloom. That's when I finally found my voice. I screamed at the top of my lungs, over and over. Dad! Dad! Help me! The figure jerked back, startled by my screams. The trapdoor slammed shut. I heard a thud, and then rapid footsteps running away across the yard. Lights flicked on in the house. I kept screaming until I saw my dad burst out the back door in his boxers, wielding a baseball bat. My mom was right behind him in her nightgown. Tommy, what's wrong? My dad yelled up at me. I was sobbing hysterically by this point, barely able to form words. See, someone was here. They tried to get in the treehouse. My parents exchanged a worried glance. "Stay right there, buddy," my dad said. "I'm coming up." He climbed up into the treehouse, and I threw myself into his arms, still shaking. He held me tight for a minute, then carefully carried me down. My mom wrapped me in a blanket and hurried me inside while my dad went to search the yard. He didn't find anyone, of course, but he did find footprints in the dry grass leading away from the tree, and when he examined the treehouse in the morning light, there were faint smudges on the wood of the trap door, like someone had gripped it with dirty hands. My parents believed me. They called my uncle, who was a cop in our small town. He came over and took an official report, but there wasn't much to go on. No other break-ins or suspicious activity had been reported in the area. The case went cold pretty quickly. For weeks afterward, I refused to sleep alone. I had terrible nightmares. We ended up moving to a new house a few months later, officially because my dad got a new job, but I think my parents just wanted me to feel safe again. To this day, I still don't know who or what was in our backyard that night. Sometimes I try to rationalize it. Maybe it was just some drunk guy who wandered into the wrong yard, or a homeless person looking for shelter. But then I remember that voice saying my name, and the chill comes right back. I'm a grown man now, with kids of my own. We have a nice backyard, but I've never built them a tree house. I tell myself it's because we don't have any trees big enough, but deep down, I know the real reason. Some part of me is still that terrified 12-year-old boy, hiding in the dark from something I couldn't explain. I've never told this story publicly before. For years, I tried to just forget about it and move on, but it's always there in the back of my mind. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced I've heard that gravelly whisper again. "Tommy." I know it's just my imagination. At least I hope it is. But a small part of me wonders, what if it wasn't? What if whatever was out there that night is still out there somewhere? What if it's still looking for me? I try not to dwell on those thoughts. I have a good life now, a happy family. But I'll never forget that night in the treehouse, and I'll never stop wondering about the mystery of who or what was calling my name in the dark. It all started when I moved back in with my parents in Massachusetts after a nasty breakup in Boston. I was feeling pretty low and vulnerable, but I tried to keep busy by picking up night shifts at the local urgent care center. The late hours were rough, but I figured it would help take my mind off things. One night, around 2 a.m., I stopped to grab some coffee at a gas station on my way home from work. As I was getting out of my car, this creepy guy approached me. He looked to be in his 40s, kind of scruffy and disheveled. At first I thought he was going to ask for money, but instead he started doing these weird magic tricks, like pulling coins from behind my ear. It was so bizarre and unsettling. I quickly mumbled something about being in a hurry and practically ran into the store. When I came back out, the guy was gone. I breathed a sigh of relief and headed home, eager to crawl into bed after my long shift. But as soon as I pulled into our driveway, I got this uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. The house was dark and quiet, which made sense since my parents would be asleep, but something just felt off. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside, calling out softly, "Mom? Dad? I'm home." No response, but I swear I heard a faint shuffling noise coming from the dining room. My heart started pounding. I told myself I was just being paranoid after that weird encounter at the gas station. But then I heard it again, a definite rustling sound. Fighting back panic, I inched toward the dining room, fumbling for my phone. The moonlight filtering through the windows cast eerie shadows across the floor. As I entered the room, my eyes were drawn to the large oak dining table. And that's when I saw it. a pair of dirty sneakers poking out from underneath. I let out a strangled scream, which woke up my parents. They came rushing downstairs as a figure burst out from under the table. It was him, the same creepy guy from the gas station. How long had he been hiding there, waiting for me to come home? The thought made me sick. Everything happened so fast after that. The intruder lunged at me, but my dad tackled him to the ground. They struggled violently while my mom and I screamed for help. I managed to dial 911 with shaking hands as I watched in horror. The guy was surprisingly strong for his size. He elbowed my dad hard in the face, stunning him. Then he made a grab for me, his eyes wild and crazed. I'll never forget the pure evil I saw in them. I stumbled backwards, knocking over a chair. Just when I thought he was going to get me, my mom came out of nowhere wielding a heavy crystal vase. She smashed it over the intruder's head with all her might. He crumpled to the floor, dazed and bleeding. We all stood there panting and trembling for what felt like an eternity, until we finally heard sirens approaching. The police swarmed in and arrested the guy. They told us he had a long criminal record and had just been released from prison a few months ago. Even after he was gone, we were all too shaken to sleep. We huddled together in the living room as the police took our statements. An officer stayed parked outside all night to keep watch. I kept replaying everything in my mind, wondering how I could have been so stupid. Why didn't I call the police when that creep first approached me at the gas station? How did I not notice him following me home? The guilt was overwhelming. I had brought this danger into my parents' home. They could have been killed because of me. My mom tried to reassure me, saying it wasn't my fault. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I had failed to protect my family. In the days that followed, we beefed up security, new locks, an alarm system, the works. But it didn't do much to ease my anxiety. I jumped at every little sound and couldn't bear to be alone in the house. My parents were rattled too, though they tried to hide it for my sake. It's been over a month now, and things are slowly getting back to normal. But I don't think I'll ever feel truly safe again. That night changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. I'm grateful we all made it out okay, but the emotional scars run deep. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if my mom hadn't acted so quickly with that vase, or if I had come home just a little bit later. The what-ifs are torture. I know I should probably talk to a therapist or something, but I can't bring myself to relive it all again. For now, I'm just taking it one day at a time and trying to be more aware of my surroundings. I don't think I'll ever stop looking over my shoulder or checking under beds and in closets before I go to sleep. The police never did figure out why he targeted me specifically. Was it random, or had he been watching me for a while? The uncertainty is almost worse than knowing. I still work the night shift, but my dad insists on picking me up now. Part of me wants to tell him I'm a grown woman and can take care of myself. But the truth is, I'm relieved. I don't think I could handle stopping at that gas station alone ever again. Sometimes I catch my parents whispering when they think I can't hear. I know they're worried about me. Hell, I'm worried about me too. Will I ever feel normal again? Will I ever be able to trust a stranger or walk alone at night without my pulse racing? I try to remind myself that we fought back. We won. He didn't break us. But in my darker moments, I wonder if he took something from us that we can never get back. Our sense of safety, our peace of mind. I've started sleeping with a baseball bat next to my bed. Is that crazy? Maybe, but it helps, even if it's just psychological. My mom says time heals all wounds, but I'm not so sure. Some wounds leave scars that never fully fade. I've thought about moving out again, giving my parents back their empty nest. But the idea of living alone terrifies me now. and if I'm being honest, I don't want to be away from them. That night showed me how precious family is, how quickly everything can change. So here I am, still living in my childhood bedroom at 20 years old, still jumping at shadows and lying awake at night, listening for any sign of danger, still grappling with the realization that the world can be a much darker, scarier place than I ever imagined. I know I'm lucky. It could have been so much worse. But knowing that doesn't stop the nightmares or make me feel any safer. I keep waiting for things to go back to normal, but I'm starting to think this might be my new normal. If there's one thing I've learned from all this, it's to trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Don't ignore that little voice in your head telling you something's wrong. It might just save your life. I don't know why I'm sharing all this. Maybe writing it out will help me process it somehow. Or maybe I just need to know I'm not alone, that other people have been through similar ordeals and come out the other side. If you've read this far, thank you for listening to my story. Hug your loved ones a little tighter tonight. You never know when everything might change in the blink of an eye. I was so excited to surprise my brother in Florida for his birthday. I'd been planning this trip for weeks, saving up and packing all my favorite outfits. The plan was to leave super early, like 2 a.m. early, to beat the traffic and make good time. Looking back, I wish I'd just waited until morning. The first few hours on the road were uneventful. The highways were empty, and I was making great time, singing along to my road trip playlist. Around 5 a.m., I stopped at a Wendy's just off the turnpike in New Jersey to grab some coffee and use the restroom. The parking lot was dimly lit and mostly empty, save for a few semis idling in the back. I didn't think much of it at the time. As I was walking back to my car, juggling my coffee and keys, a guy approached me. He looked to be in his 30s, kind of scruffy but not threatening. He asked if I had jumper cables and could help him get his car started. I hesitated for a second. It was still pretty dark out and I was alone. But he seemed genuinely distressed, and I figured it would only take a few minutes to help. I told him sure, just let me put my coffee in my car first. That's when things took a turn. As soon as I opened my car door, I heard the roar of engines starting up. 2 pickup trucks came speeding around from behind the building, their headlights blinding me. My heart started racing as I realized this was some kind of setup. The guy who'd asked for help was suddenly right behind me, trying to shove me into my own car. I don't know where the burst of adrenaline came from, but somehow I managed to wrench away from him. I took off running towards the wooded area behind the parking lot, my legs pumping faster than I knew they could. I could hear shouting and footsteps behind me, but I didn't dare look back. I just ran and ran until I couldn't anymore, finally collapsing behind some bushes. I lay there for what felt like hours, hardly daring to breathe. Every snapping twig made me flinch. Finally, when the sky started to lighten, I gathered the courage to creep back towards the parking lot. My legs were shaking so bad I could barely walk. The Wendy's parking lot looked normal in the early morning light. My car was still there, which gave me a moment of relief. But as I got closer, my stomach dropped. The driver's side window was smashed in, glass littering the pavement. I approached cautiously, praying this was all some horrible mistake. It wasn't. They'd ransacked my car completely. My suitcase with all my clothes for the trip, gone. My laptop bag with my computer and iPad, gone. Even the birthday gift I'd carefully wrapped for my brother had been ripped open, the contents stolen. I sank to the ground next to my car, overwhelmed by shock and disbelief. I don't know how long I sat there before one of the Wendy's employees found me. She called the police and got me some water. I was still in such a daze, I could barely string a sentence together when the officers arrived. They took my statement and dusted for prints, but I could tell from their faces they didn't have much hope of catching the guys. The next few hours were a blur of police reports and phone calls. My parents were frantic when I finally reached them. They wanted me to come straight home, but I was afraid to get back on the road. I felt so violated and vulnerable. The police were able to pull some grainy security footage, but it didn't show much. The trucks the thieves used had stolen plates. The guy who'd approached me for help kept his face turned away from the cameras. They told me it was likely part of a larger theft ring operating in the area, targeting travelers at rest stops. I keep replaying that night over and over, kicking myself for being so naive. Why did I stop at that Wendy's? Why did I agree to help a stranger in a dark parking lot? I lost so much: clothes, electronics, jewelry. But mostly, I lost my sense of safety and trust. It's been months now, and I still have nightmares about those moments in the woods, hiding and wondering if they were going to find me. I can't bring myself to take long road trips anymore. My brother understood why I canceled my visit, but I hate that those creeps took that away from me too. I know I'm lucky it wasn't worse, but I can't shake the feeling that they're still out there, prowling parking lots and waiting for their next victim. So I'm sharing my story as a warning. Please be careful out there, especially if you're traveling alone. Trust your instincts, and maybe avoid late-night fast food stops, no matter how badly you need that coffee. I left Portland around 8 p.m., figuring I'd drive through the night and arrive by late morning. The first few hours went smoothly. Traffic was light and I was making good time. Around 1 a.m., I started getting drowsy and decided to pull into a rest stop in New Jersey to use the bathroom and grab some coffee. The rest area was deserted when I pulled in. There was just one other car in the parking lot, a beat-up old station wagon. I didn't think much of it as I headed to the restroom building. As soon as I walked in, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something felt off. The fluorescent lights flickered ominously, casting weird shadows. And there was a strange smell, musty and unpleasant. I cautiously made my way to the urinals, my footsteps echoing in the empty bathroom. That's when I noticed a man standing at the far end, facing the wall. He was tall and gaunt, wearing a dirty gray sweatshirt with the hood pulled up. My heart started racing. Why was he just standing there motionless? I debated turning around and leaving, but my bladder was screaming at me. I decided to quickly use the urinal closest to the exit. As I was finishing up, I heard a shuffling sound. I glanced over and saw the man had turned around. He was staring directly at me with the most unsettling expression I've ever seen. His eyes were wide and unblinking, almost glowing in the harsh lighting, and he had this twisted grin on his face that made my blood run cold. I quickly zipped up and bolted out of there, not even bothering to wash my hands. As I speed-walked to my car, I could swear I heard footsteps behind me. But when I looked back, there was no one there. I peeled out of that rest stop as fast as I could, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. I tried to convince myself I was overreacting. The guy was probably just some harmless weirdo. But I couldn't shake the feeling of dread in the pit of my stomach. For the next couple hours, I white-knuckled it down the highway, constantly checking my rearview mirror. Every set of headlights made me flinch. I started seeing that man's face everywhere, in the shadows of the trees lining the road, reflected in my side mirrors. By 3:30 a.m., I was completely fried. My eyes were heavy, and I kept drifting towards the rumble strips. I knew I had to stop again, or I'd end up wrapping my car around a tree. I pulled into another rest area in Virginia, praying it would be busier. But once again, the parking lot was empty except for a single car, a station wagon that looked eerily similar to the one from before. My heart started pounding. It couldn't be the same car, could it? I sat there for a few minutes, debating what to do. Eventually, my bladder made the decision for me. I grabbed my phone and pepper spray, then cautiously made my way to the restroom building. This bathroom was even creepier than the last one. Half the lights were burnt out, leaving most of it in shadow. As I walked in, I heard a stall door slam shut. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. No response. I quickly ducked into the nearest stall, my hands trembling as I locked the door. As I sat down, I heard slow footsteps approaching. They stopped right outside my stall. I held my breath, willing myself to be as quiet as possible. But I could hear labored breathing on the other side of the door, and then a low chuckle that made my skin crawl. Panic exploded in my chest. This couldn't be happening. I pulled out my phone with sweaty hands and dialed 911, putting it on speaker. 911, what's your emergency? The operator's voice rang out. I'm at the I-95 rest stop near Richmond, I said loudly. There's someone following me. I think he means to hurt me. Please send help. As soon as I started talking, I heard rapid footsteps retreating. The bathroom door slammed, and then there was silence. The 911 operator kept me on the line as I gave her more details. She dispatched officers to my location and told me to stay put until they arrived. About 10 minutes later, I heard sirens approaching. I cautiously emerged from the stall to find 2 state troopers entering the bathroom, flashlights sweeping the area. "Are you all right, sir?" one of them asked. I nodded, still shaking. "I think he left when I called you guys. They took my statement and then insisted on checking my car and escorting me to the next town." As we walked to the parking lot, I noticed the station wagon was gone. The officers found nothing out of the ordinary in or around my car. They followed me to a 24-hour diner in the next town over, where I got some coffee and tried to calm my nerves. I ended up staying there until sunrise, too afraid to get back on the road in the dark. When I finally resumed my trip, I drove straight through without stopping again. It's been a few months, but I still have nightmares about that night. I keep replaying it in my head, wondering if I imagined the whole thing. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real. The thing that shakes me the most is that I never thought something like this would happen to me. As a guy, I've always felt relatively safe traveling alone. But now I realize how vulnerable anyone can be. I don't know if that man genuinely meant me harm, or if he was just trying to scare me. Either way, it worked. I've tried researching similar incidents in that area, but haven't found much. Part of me wants answers, but another part is terrified of what I might discover. All I know is that I'll never do another solo road trip at night again, and I sure as hell won't be stopping at any more deserted rest areas. Sometimes I still feel like I'm being watched, even in broad daylight. I'll catch a glimpse of someone in a gray hoodie, and my heart will stop. Rationally, I know it's just my mind playing tricks on me. But there's always that nagging doubt. What if it's him? What if he's still out there, waiting for his next victim? I don't know if I'll ever fully get over that night. It's changed the way I view the world and my own safety within it. I'm sharing this as a warning to others. Always trust your gut instinct. If something feels off, it probably is. And never assume you're immune to danger just because of your gender or size. Evil can come for anyone, anywhere, at any time. Stay safe out there, folks. And if you're ever driving down I-95 late at night, maybe just hold it until the next town. Some rest stops are better left unexplored. I'm 20 years old and live in a small town in New Hampshire. This past year has been rough. My grandfather passed away, leaving my grandmother devastated. She's always been religious, but after losing Grandpa, she threw herself into church even more. I started going with her on Sundays, mostly to keep her company and make sure she was doing okay. To be honest, I was going through my own stuff too. I had just gotten out of a relationship that left me feeling lost and questioning everything. The familiar hymns and rituals at church were oddly comforting, even if I wasn't sure what I believed anymore. It was on one of those Sundays that I first saw her. Kaylee. She was sitting a few rows ahead of us, her dark hair falling in waves down her back. When she turned to grab a hymnal, I caught a glimpse of her face, delicate features, hazel eyes that seemed to shine even in the dim light of the church. After the service, I hung back as Grandma chatted with her friends. That's when Kaylee approached me. "You're new here, right?" she asked with a warm smile. "I'm Kaylee." We started talking, and I was immediately drawn in by her. There was something magnetic about her presence. We ended up chatting for almost an hour, oblivious to everyone else filtering out of the church around us. Kaylee told me she had only been coming to this church for a few months. When I asked what brought her here, a shadow passed over her face. "It's complicated," she said hesitantly. "Let's just say I needed a fresh start." Over the next couple weeks, Kaylee and I kept running into each other at church. We'd steal moments to talk before and after the service. I learned bits and pieces about her past. She'd had a rough childhood with an alcoholic stepfather and an even worse biological dad, but she didn't like to dwell on it. "That's all behind me now," she'd say with a tight smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. I found myself looking forward to Sundays more than ever. Kaylee was unlike anyone I'd ever met. She had this intensity about her, like she was fully present in every moment. When she looked at you, it felt like you were the only person in the world. Finally, after weeks of stolen conversations, I worked up the courage to ask her out. To my surprise and delight, she said yes, without hesitation. For our first date, I took her to a little diner in town. We talked for hours over burgers and milkshakes. Kaylee had a way of making me open up about things I'd never told anyone. I found myself sharing fears and dreams I'd kept buried. As the night went on, I suggested we go for a drive. There was a scenic overlook just outside of town that I thought would be nice. Kaylee agreed enthusiastically. The drive started out perfect. We had the windows down, cool night air rushing in as we wound through country roads. Kaylee was singing along to the radio, her hair whipping in the wind. I remember thinking how beautiful she looked in that moment, illuminated by the dashboard lights. We were about halfway to the overlook when everything changed. It happened so fast, I'm still not sure of the sequence of events. One second, Kaylee was laughing at something I said. The next, she went rigid in her seat. I glanced over, concerned, and my blood ran cold. Her eyes had rolled back in her head, showing only the whites. Her mouth was moving, but the sounds coming out, they weren't words, at least not in any language I recognized. It was like a guttural chanting, low and menacing. I pulled over to the side of the road, heart pounding. "Kaylee," I said, reaching for her shoulder. "Kaylee, what's wrong?" She turned to face me, but it was like she was looking through me. Her face was contorted into an expression I can only describe as inhuman. Then she started to convulse. I fumbled for my phone, about to call 911, when Kaylee suddenly lurched forward and vomited. But it wasn't normal vomit. It was black, almost tar-like, and it smelled like sulfur and rot. Before I could react, Kaylee flung open the car door and bolted. I watched in shock as she ran into the woods bordering the road, quickly disappearing into the darkness. For a moment, I just sat there, trying to process what had just happened. Then I snapped out of it and went after her. "Kaylee!" I yelled, crashing through the underbrush. "Kaylee, where are you?" I searched for what felt like hours, using my phone as a flashlight, but there was no sign of her. It was like she had vanished into thin air. Eventually, I had to give up. I drove home in a daze, my mind reeling. What the hell had I just witnessed? The next day, I tried calling Kaylee. The number was disconnected. I went on Facebook to message her, but her profile was gone. It was like she had erased herself from existence overnight. I went to her house, or at least the address she had given me. An elderly couple answered the door, looking confused when I asked for Kaylee. They'd lived there for 30 years and had never heard of her. In desperation, I went back to the church. I cornered the pastor after the service, asking if he knew anything about Kaylee or her family. He just looked at me blankly. "I'm sorry, son," he said gently. "We don't have any members by that name." I felt like I was losing my mind. Had I imagined the whole thing? But no, I still had her number in my phone, even if it was disconnected now. I had text messages from her. She had been real. It's been months, and I still have no answers. I've replayed that night in my head 1,000 times, trying to make sense of it. Was Kaylee on drugs? Having some kind of psychotic break? Or was it something else? I can't shake the feeling that there was something supernatural about what happened. The chanting, the black vomit, the way she vanished without a trace. It all feels beyond normal explanation. Sometimes I wonder if Kaylee was ever real at all. Maybe she was some kind of spirit or demon that took human form. But then I remember the warmth of her smile, the way her hand felt in mine. She had seemed so utterly, painfully human. I don't go to church anymore. I can't bring myself to sit in those pews, wondering if I'll turn around and see her there again. Part of me hopes I will, just to prove I'm not crazy. But a bigger part of me is terrified of what might happen if I do. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that night. All I know is that my encounter with Kaylee changed me forever. I see the world differently now, always wondering what secrets and horrors might be lurking just beneath the surface of everyday life. Sometimes when I'm driving at night, I'll catch a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror, a flash of dark hair, a pair of haunting hazel eyes. But when I turn to look, there's never anything there. I hope that by sharing this, maybe someone out there will have answers. Or at least let me know I'm not alone in experiencing something so inexplicable and terrifying. All I know is that I'll never forget Kaylee, or the night she disappeared into the darkness, taking a piece of my sanity with her. I set out in the late afternoon, thinking I'd arrive in Reno by midnight. The first few hours were uneventful, just miles of empty desert highway stretching out before me. As night fell, I noticed dark storm clouds gathering on the horizon. Within an hour, I found myself driving through one of the most intense thunderstorms I've ever seen. The rain was coming down in sheets so thick I could barely see 10 feet in front of me. My windshield wipers were working overtime, but they could barely keep up. I slowed to a crawl, gripping the steering wheel with white knuckles as lightning flashed all around. That's when my car started making an ominous grinding noise. "No, no, no," I muttered, glancing nervously at my gas gauge, which was hovering just above empty. The grinding got louder, and the car started shuddering. I knew I had to pull over before I ended up stranded in the middle of the road. I managed to ease onto the shoulder and cut the engine. For a moment, I just sat there, listening to the deafening roar of rain pounding on the roof. I was at least 50 miles from the nearest town in either direction. Cell service out here was spotty at best. As the reality of my situation sank in, I felt a knot of dread form in the pit of my stomach. After about 30 minutes, the rain let up slightly. I grabbed my phone and got out to see if I could get a signal. The second I stepped out of the car, I was hit by an overwhelming feeling that something wasn't right. The air felt charged, oppressive. Every hair on my body stood on end. I held my phone up, desperately searching for bars. Nothing. I was about to get back in the car when I noticed something strange in the distance. Tiny pinpricks of light, barely visible through the rain. At first I thought it must be another car, but as I squinted into the darkness, I realized the lights were moving in a way that didn't make sense. They seemed to be floating, drifting back and forth in unnatural patterns. A chill ran down my spine. Every instinct screamed at me to get back in the car and lock the doors, but I found myself frozen in place, unable to look away from those eerie lights. They were getting closer. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the desert. For a split second, I saw 3 dark figures silhouetted against the landscape, moving towards me with inhuman speed. I let out a strangled gasp and dove back into my car, fumbling to lock the doors with shaking hands. I huddled in the driver's seat, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. Minutes ticked by that felt like hours. The only sounds were the patter of rain and my own ragged breathing. Then I heard it, soft footsteps in the mud, circling my car. I held my breath, praying they would go away. But the footsteps got closer. A shadow passed by my window, and I had to clamp a hand over my mouth to keep from screaming. One of the figures was right outside, peering in. I caught a glimpse of glowing eyes and gray skin before I squeezed my eyes shut. There was a sharp rap on the window that made me jump, then another, more insistent. I kept my eyes closed, silently pleading for this to be a nightmare I could wake up from. The tapping turned to pounding. The whole car shook as something slammed against the door. Just when I thought the door would cave in, there was a deafening crack. My eyes flew open involuntarily. One of the beings had a gun pointed at the sky. Smoke curled from the barrel. In that moment, survival instinct kicked in. I jammed the key in the ignition and cranked it desperately. The engine sputtered but wouldn't turn over. The figures were all around the car now, rocking it back and forth. I abandoned the idea of driving and instead lunged for the passenger door. I tumbled out onto the wet ground and scrambled to my feet. Without looking back, I took off running into the desert. I could hear inhuman shrieks behind me as I fled. My lungs burned and my legs felt like lead, but sheer terror kept me going. I spotted a cluster of boulders up ahead and made a beeline for them. Diving behind the largest rock, I pressed my back against it and tried to quiet my gasping breaths. For several long moments, the only sound was the blood rushing in my ears. Then I heard it, the soft crunch of footsteps on gravel, slowly approaching my hiding spot. I clenched my eyes shut, certain this was the end. But the footsteps passed by and faded into the distance. I don't know how long I huddled there, shivering in my soaked clothes. Eventually I worked up the courage to peek out. The storm had passed, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. There was no sign of the strange beings. With trembling hands, I pulled out my phone. By some miracle, I had 1 bar of service. I dialed 911, praying someone would answer. When I heard the dispatcher's voice, I nearly wept with relief. "Please," I choked out. "I need help. I'm stranded on Highway 95 about 50 miles north of Las Vegas. These things were chasing me. I think they're still out here." The dispatcher tried to calm me down and get more details. She said she was sending highway patrol to my location. I begged her to stay on the line with me until they arrived. Those next 20 minutes were the longest of my life. Every snap of a twig or rustle of wind had me flinching. Just when I thought I couldn't take the suspense anymore, I saw headlights approaching in the distance. Relief flooded through me as I recognized the distinctive shape of a police cruiser. I stumbled out from behind the rock, waving my arms frantically. As the car got closer, I glanced back towards where I'd left my Volvo. What I saw made my blood run cold. 3 tall figures were sprinting away at impossible speed, disappearing into the night. By the time the officer pulled up, they were gone without a trace. I babbled out my story to the bewildered highway patrolman. He was skeptical at first, but his demeanor changed when we walked over to my car. Deep gouges marred the doors and roof. The windshield was shattered, and strangest of all, a series of symbols had been carved into the hood, shapes I'd never seen before that made my eyes hurt to look at directly. The officer called for backup and had me wait in his cruiser while they investigated. By the time they finished documenting the scene, the first rays of dawn were peeking over the horizon. They found no physical evidence of the beings I'd encountered, no footprints, no hair or skin samples. It was like they'd never been there at all. I gave my official statement at the police station, but I could tell they didn't really believe me. Hell, part of me didn't believe it either. If it weren't for the damage to my car, I might have convinced myself it was all a stress-induced hallucination. It's been months since that night, but I still have nightmares about those glowing eyes and impossibly fast figures. I've scoured the internet for similar encounters, but found nothing concrete. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but then I'll catch a glimpse of the scars on my palms from where I scraped them on the rocks while fleeing, and I know it was real. I don't drive at night anymore, especially not in remote areas. I've become a bit of a homebody, to be honest. My friends and family are worried about me, but how can I explain? They'd never understand the bone-deep terror I felt that night, the certainty that I was about to die, or worse. I still don't know what those things were or what they wanted. Part of me hopes I never find out, but another part can't help but wonder, are they still out there, waiting in the vast emptiness of the desert for another unsuspecting traveler to break down on a dark and stormy night? I pray no one else ever has to experience what I did, but somehow I don't think I'll be their last victim. I never thought a simple road trip could turn into something so inexplicable and unsettling. It's been months since that drive from Florida to New Jersey with my friend Carolyn, but I still can't shake the feeling that something truly bizarre happened to us. It started out as a normal enough trip. Carolyn and I had been planning this drive up the East Coast for weeks, excited for a girls' getaway and the chance to visit some friends in Jersey. We set out early on a Saturday morning, my old Honda Civic packed with snacks and overnight bags. The first few hours flew by as we chatted and sang along to our road trip playlist. Around lunchtime, we decided to stop for gas and stretch our legs in a small town just off the highway. I can't even remember the name now, but it seemed like a perfectly ordinary place at first glance. As I pulled up to the pump, I noticed the station was completely empty, not another car or person in sight. Weird for the middle of the day, but I didn't think much of it. Carolyn went inside to pay and grab some drinks while I filled up the tank. A few minutes later, she came hurrying back out looking confused. "Mary, the weirdest thing just happened," she said. "The cashier inside. I swear she looks exactly like the woman working at that convenience store we stopped at earlier. Like, Identical twin level, similar. I laughed it off. Come on, that's impossible. We're hundreds of miles from where we stopped this morning. But as I walked in to use the restroom, I saw what Carolyn meant. The woman behind the counter could have been a carbon copy of the earlier cashier. Same hair, same facial features, even the same name tag. A chill ran down my spine. When I came back out, the gas station was suddenly packed. At least a dozen cars had appeared out of nowhere, their drivers milling about. I blinked hard, convinced I must be seeing things. How had it gone from empty to bustling in the span of a few minutes? Carolyn and I exchanged uneasy glances as we got back in the car. "Let's get out of here," I muttered. As we pulled onto the main road, I noticed a beat-up minivan in my rearview mirror. Its windshield had a spiderweb of cracks across the passenger side. For some reason, that van gave me a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. We drove on, trying to laugh off the odd occurrences at the gas station. But things only got stranger from there. Every town we passed through seemed to have that same cashier working at the local stores and restaurants. We'd see her behind the counter at a diner, then minutes later spot her identical twin running the register at a gift shop down the street. And that minivan kept appearing behind us. No matter how many turns we took or how fast we drove, it would show up in my mirror, always keeping the same distance. The cracks in its windshield seemed to spread each time we saw it. Time started to feel warped and stretched. The clock on my dashboard kept jumping forward in bizarre increments. We'd drive for what felt like 20 minutes and suddenly realized 2 hours had passed. The scenery outside the windows began to take on a hazy, dreamlike quality. At one point, we stopped at a rest area to use the bathroom and get our bearings. As I splashed water on my face, trying to clear my head, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror. For a heart-stopping moment, my reflection looked just like that ubiquitous cashier. I stumbled back, blinking rapidly until my own face swam back into view. When I went outside, Carolyn was standing frozen by the car, her face pale. "Mary," she whispered, "look." I followed her gaze to the parking lot. It was filled with identical minivans, all with cracked windshields, dozens of them, stretching as far as I could see. My hands shaking, I grabbed Carolyn's arm and hustled her back into the car. We peeled out of there as fast as we could. The rest of the drive passed in a surreal blur. We stopped talking, too unsettled to even try to process what was happening. The roads seemed to loop and wind nonsensically. Signs for cities we'd already passed kept reappearing. That damn minivan was a constant presence behind us. At some point, I became aware that the sun had set, but I couldn't remember watching it go down. The darkness pressed in around us, broken only by our headlights and the glow of the dashboard. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. Just when I thought I couldn't take the mounting dread and confusion any longer, we crossed a bridge and suddenly found ourselves on familiar roads leading into Newark. It was like emerging from a long tunnel. The world snapped back into focus, colors and sounds crisp and clear once more. We made it to our friend's place without further incident. But even as we hugged her hello and carried our bags inside, I couldn't shake the feeling that something profoundly strange had happened during that drive. In the days and weeks that followed, Carolyn and I tried to make sense of our experience. We pored over maps, searching for the towns we'd passed through, but couldn't find any matches. We looked up news reports about highway anomalies or mass hallucinations, but came up empty. Eventually, we stopped talking about it. It was too frustrating, too unsettling to keep rehashing without any answers. But I know we both still think about it. Sometimes I'll catch Carolyn's eye and know she's remembering too. The identical cashiers, the time slips, that cracked windshield van always lurking behind us. I don't know what happened to us on that drive. Some kind of shared delusion? A glitch in reality? A brush with something beyond our understanding? All I know is that it shook my perception of the world in a way I can't fully articulate. These days, I find myself studying the faces of store clerks a little too intently. I tense up whenever I see a minivan on the road, and sometimes, in that hazy space between waking and sleep, I could swear I hear the drone of highway noise and feel the phantom sensation of endlessly driving. The house was nice, a typical two-story suburban home with a big backyard for the dog Willis. We spent the evening hanging out, watching movies and snacking. Everything was totally normal at first. Willis was a sweet golden retriever who mostly napped or begged for treats. Around 11 p.m. things started to get weird. The house phone rang, which was odd since barely anyone uses landlines anymore. I answered it, thinking maybe it was the homeowner checking in. Instead, it was a man's voice I didn't recognize. He kept insisting that we needed to go pick up a wallet he had found at a gas station about 20 minutes away. I told him he must have the wrong number, but he was adamant that we come right away. It creeped me out, so I hung up. Not even 10 minutes later, the phone rang again. Same guy, same bizarre request about the wallet. This time I put him on speaker so Haley and Sammy could hear. We all agreed it was super strange. I firmly told him to stop calling and hung up again. We tried to brush it off and go back to watching our movie, but now there was this unsettling tension in the air. Every little noise made us jump. Willis seemed restless too, pacing around and whining occasionally. The phone rang 2 more times over the next couple hours. We stopped answering, but it was seriously freaking us out. Who was this person, and why were they so fixated on us going to this gas station in the middle of the night? By 2 a.m., we were all on edge. We decided to stay up and keep an eye on things, taking turns to nap on the couch. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The house felt different somehow, colder, more ominous. Around 3 a.m., I got up to use the bathroom. As I was washing my hands, I heard a faint scraping sound from downstairs. My heart started racing. I crept to the top of the stairs and peered down into the darkness of the first floor. That's when I saw him. There was a man in the kitchen, dressed all in black with some kind of mask covering his face. He was methodically opening and closing cabinet doors, like he was searching for something. The only feature I could make out clearly were his eyes, an unnaturally bright, piercing blue that seemed to glow in the dim light. I was paralyzed with fear. I wanted to scream, to run back to my friends, but I couldn't move. I just stood there, gripping the banister, watching this stranger calmly ransack the kitchen. After what felt like an eternity, he turned and walked into the living room. I finally snapped out of it and ran to wake up Haley and Sammy. We huddled together in the guest room, whispering frantically about what to do. Should we confront him? Try to escape? Call the police? Suddenly we heard the front door open and close. I crept to the window and saw a dark figure walking down the driveway and disappearing around the corner of the house. We immediately called 911, our hands shaking as we tried to explain what had happened. The police arrived about 15 minutes later and searched the property, but found no sign of the intruder. They took our statements and said they'd increase patrols in the area. We were too terrified to sleep after that, huddling together on the couch with all the lights on until dawn. When morning finally came, we started to notice things were out of place. Clothes from the laundry room were strewn all over the house. Some dresser drawers were partially open, but nothing valuable seemed to be missing. The creepiest discovery came when we went to let Willis out in the backyard. There were muddy footprints leading from the dog door to the kitchen. The intruder had actually squeezed through the small pet entrance to get inside. Just imagining him contorting his body to fit through that tiny opening made my skin crawl. We called the homeowner and explained everything. She came home right away, and we gave statements to the police again. They dusted for prints and took photos, but ultimately there wasn't much evidence to go on. The phone calls were untraceable, and there was no security camera footage. In the days and weeks that followed, I struggled to process what had happened. Why didn't the intruder harm us or steal anything? What was he looking for? And those phone calls, were they a distraction, trying to lure us out of the house? Or was it all just a twisted game to terrorize us? I still get chills thinking about those glowing blue eyes and the casual way he moved through the house like he had all the time in the world. Sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, breaking into homes and scaring other unsuspecting victims. The experience left me with lasting anxiety and paranoia. For months afterwards, I'd wake up in the middle of the night, convinced someone was in my house. I installed extra locks and security cameras at home. I'm always hyper-aware of my surroundings now, especially at night. Haley, Sammy, and I don't really talk about that night anymore. It's like this dark cloud hanging over our friendship. We all dealt with it differently. Haley threw herself into work. Sammy started seeing a therapist. I mostly tried to pretend it never happened, but the memories always creep back in eventually. I still can't make sense of it all. Why us? Why that house? Was it random, or were we targeted somehow? The not knowing is almost worse than the actual events of that night. My mind races with possibilities, each one more disturbing than the last. Sometimes I find myself looking at strangers' eyes, searching for that unnatural blue glow. In my darkest moments, I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. But then I remember the heart-stopping terror of seeing him in that kitchen, and I know it was all too real. I don't do overnight pet-sitting gigs anymore. I can't handle being alone in unfamiliar houses. Even in my own home, I triple-check the locks before bed and keep a baseball bat nearby. The world doesn't feel as safe as it once did. I know logically that the chances of something like that happening again are slim. But logic doesn't ease the knot of fear in my stomach when I hear an unexpected noise at night, or stop me from obsessively checking the local news for any similar break-ins. It's been over 7 years now, but that night is seared into my memory forever. The piercing ring of the phone, Willis's restless pacing, the scraping of cabinet doors, those haunting blue eyes, it all comes flooding back in vivid detail when I least expect it. I still have so many unanswered questions. Was the intruder working alone or with others? How long had he been watching us? What would have happened if I hadn't spotted him and he'd made it upstairs? The police never found any leads. The case went cold pretty quickly. Sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, breaking into other homes and terrorizing other innocent people. The thought makes me sick to my stomach. I try to tell myself that I'm safe now, that lightning doesn't strike twice. But deep down, a part of me is always on guard, always waiting for those glowing blue eyes to appear in the darkness again. If there's one thing I've learned from this experience, it's that you can never be too careful. Trust your instincts, be aware of your surroundings, and maybe think twice before agreeing to house sit in an unfamiliar neighborhood. I don't know if I'll ever fully recover from the trauma of that night, but I'm trying to move forward, one day at a time. Writing this all out has been cathartic in a way. Maybe sharing my story will help someone else stay safe or feel less alone in their own haunting experiences. To anyone reading this who's been through something similar, you're not crazy. Your feelings are valid, and you're not alone. I hope you find peace and healing, just as I'm trying to do. As for me, I'll keep looking over my shoulder and double-checking my locks, because now I know firsthand that sometimes the monsters hiding in the shadows are all too real. The first few days were totally normal. I'd feed the cats, clean the litter boxes, water the plants, and spend the rest of my time binging Netflix or studying. The house was in a quiet suburban neighborhood, and I felt pretty safe there alone. That all changed on the fourth night. I was dozing off on the couch around midnight when I heard the TV in the master bedroom turn on by itself. The sudden noise made me jump. I figured one of the cats must have stepped on the remote, so I went upstairs to turn it off. But when I got to the bedroom, all 4 cats were curled up asleep on the bed. The TV was on some weird static channel, black and white fuzz filling the screen. I felt a chill run down my spine as I quickly hit the power button. I tried to shake it off as just a random glitch, but I felt uneasy as I headed back downstairs. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I froze. I could have sworn I heard the faint sound of a baby crying coming from the basement. My heart started racing. I knew for a fact there was no baby in this house. I stood there paralyzed for a few moments, straining to listen. The crying faded away, and I convinced myself I must have imagined it. I didn't get much sleep that night. The next day passed without incident, and I started to relax again. But around 3 a.m., I jolted awake to the sound of heavy footsteps above me. It sounded like someone was pacing back and forth in the upstairs hallway. My blood ran cold. I was alone in this house, or at least I was supposed to be. I lay there rigid with fear, listening to the footsteps for what felt like hours. Eventually, they stopped. When morning came, I did a thorough search of the entire house, but found no signs of an intruder. I was starting to seriously freak out, but I didn't want to seem crazy by calling the Andersons or my parents. I told myself I just had an overactive imagination from being alone in a strange house. That night, I made sure to lock all the doors and windows before going to bed. I was exhausted from lack of sleep and stress. Around 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly, feeling like someone was watching me. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw a black, shapeless mass hovering at the foot of my bed. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I just lay there paralyzed as this dark entity seemed to pulse and writhe. After what felt like an eternity, I managed to reach over and turn on the bedside lamp. The moment light flooded the room, the shadow vanished. I spent the rest of the night huddled under the covers, jumping at every little sound. The next day, I was a nervous wreck. I kept seeing movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing there. The cats were acting strange too, hissing at empty corners and refusing to go near certain rooms. I was seriously considering calling the Andersons and making up some excuse to leave early. That's when things escalated from creepy to terrifying. I was in the kitchen making dinner when I heard that baby crying again, this time much louder and clearer. It was definitely coming from the basement. My hands shook as I set down the knife I'd been using to chop vegetables. I knew I should just ignore it, but some stupid part of me felt like I needed to investigate. I crept down the basement stairs, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it. The crying got louder with each step. When I reached the bottom, I fumbled for the light switch with trembling fingers. As soon as the lights flickered on, the crying abruptly stopped. The basement was empty and silent. I ran back upstairs in a panic, only to find all 4 cats clustered by the kitchen door, fur standing on end as they stared at me with wide eyes. There was no way the sound could have been them. I was officially freaking out. I grabbed my phone to call a friend, but the battery was mysteriously drained despite being fully charged an hour ago. I went to use the landline instead, but there was no dial tone. I felt like I was trapped in some kind of nightmare. That's when the TV in the living room switched on by itself, blaring static at full volume. I screamed and ran to unplug it, but the noise continued even after I yanked the cord from the wall. All the other electronics in the house started going haywire. Lights flickering, the microwave beeping, my phone vibrating nonstop in my hand. I bolted for the front door, but it wouldn't budge no matter how hard I pulled. Same with all the windows. It was like they were sealed shut. I was in full-blown panic mode now, my breath coming in short gasps as I frantically tried to find a way out. Suddenly, everything went dead silent. The TVs, the lights, my phone. It all shut off at once, plunging the house into darkness. For a moment, all I could hear was my own ragged breathing. Then a low growl came from right behind me. I spun around and found myself face to face with a pair of glowing red eyes floating in the darkness. They belonged to a massive shadowy figure that seemed to fill the entire hallway. I could feel waves of malevolence radiating from it. This was no longer just creepy coincidences or an overactive imagination. This was pure evil. I don't really remember what happened next. It's all a blur of terror and adrenaline. Somehow, I managed to get the front door open, and I ran out into the night, not stopping until I reached a 24-hour diner several blocks away. I called a friend to come get me and never set foot in that house again. I made up some excuse to the Andersons about a family emergency. To this day, I haven't told anyone the full story of what happened. I still have nightmares about those glowing eyes in the darkness. I don't know if the house was haunted or if I was losing my mind or what. All I know is that I'll never do house sitting again, and I can't shake the feeling that whatever was in that house is still out there somewhere. When I first met Jeremy, he seemed nice enough. A bit eccentric maybe, but nothing too out of the ordinary. He had a beautiful macaw parrot named Ringo and a sleek black cat called Casper. As an animal lover, I was excited about the opportunity to care for them. Jeremy gave me a tour of his spacious 2-story house, showing me where everything was and explaining the pets' routines. He mentioned he'd be gone for the weekend and thanked me profusely for helping out. The first day went smoothly. I fed the animals, played with them, and even managed to get some studying done for my upcoming vet tech certification. As night fell, I settled into the guest bedroom downstairs, feeling pretty good about how things were going. That's when things started to get weird. I woke up in the middle of the night to a strange sound. It was like something was scratching at the walls, but it wasn't coming from inside the room. I tried to convince myself it was just Casper, but the sound seemed to be coming from above me, in the attic or something. I lay there, heart pounding, until the noise finally stopped. The next morning, I tried to shake off the creepy feeling and went about my day. But as I was cleaning Ringo's cage, I noticed something odd. There was a feather on the floor that definitely wasn't there before, and it was way too big to be from Ringo. I picked it up, puzzled, and felt a chill run down my spine. Where did it come from? That night, things got even stranger. I was reading in bed when I heard footsteps upstairs. Heavy, deliberate footsteps. My blood ran cold. I knew I was supposed to be alone in the house. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" But got no response. The footsteps stopped abruptly. I didn't sleep much that night. Every creak and groan of the house had me on edge. At one point, I swear I saw a dark mass move across the room, but when I turned on the light, there was nothing there. I told myself I was just being paranoid, that my imagination was running wild, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The next day, I tried to act normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I'd be playing with Casper, and suddenly the hairs on the back of my neck would stand up. I'd whirl around, expecting to see someone, but the room would be empty. That afternoon, I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when I heard a door slam upstairs. My heart nearly stopped. I knew for a fact that all the doors up there had been open. I stood there, frozen, trying to decide what to do. Should I go check? Should I call the police? As I debated, I heard what sounded like whispers coming from the main bedroom. That was it. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my phone and ran outside, ready to call 911. But as soon as I got to the street, I hesitated. What would I even say? That I heard noises in a house I was supposed to be alone in? That I saw shadows move? They'd think I was crazy. I spent the next hour sitting in my car trying to calm down. Eventually, I convinced myself that I was overreacting. Maybe it was just the wind or the house settling. I went back inside, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. That night was the worst. I was lying in bed, wide awake, when I heard it. Footsteps right outside my door. Slow, deliberate steps that stopped right in front of the room. I held my breath, terrified. The doorknob started to turn slowly, so slowly. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Just as the door began to open, Casper came tearing into the room, hissing and spitting. The door slammed shut. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner of the room, Casper curled up protectively in my lap. When dawn finally broke, I packed my things and left, leaving a note for Jeremy saying there had been a family emergency. When Jeremy returned and called to check on things, I confronted him about the strange occurrences. He laughed it off, saying his brother must have stopped by to check on things and forgotten to mention it. But the way he said it, the slight hesitation in his voice, made me doubt every word. It wasn't until a few days later that I realized something else was off. I was unpacking my bag from the weekend and noticed one of my favorite shirts was missing. I distinctly remembered packing it, but it wasn't there. A chill ran down my spine as I wondered if it was still in that house and why. I've turned down every house-sitting job since then. I can't bring myself to stay in someone else's home overnight anymore. Sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I still hear those footsteps, still feel that presence just outside my door, and I wonder what really happened in Jeremy's house that weekend, what was watching me from the shadows, and most importantly, why. I don't have any answers, just a lingering sense of unease and a missing shirt that I'll never be able to explain. All I know is that something happened in that house, something that defies logical explanation. And whatever it was, I hope I never encounter it again. I had been working late at the office, trying to finish up a big project before the weekend. By the time I left, it was already past 11 p.m. The streets were eerily quiet as I drove home, eager to see my wife Emily and curl up in bed after a long day. As I pulled into our driveway, something felt off right away. The house was pitch black, not a single light on inside or out. That was strange, since Emily usually left the porch light on for me when I worked late. A sense of unease crept over me as I got out of the car. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking slightly in the frigid night air. When I reached the front door, I noticed it was already slightly ajar. My heart started racing. Had Emily forgotten to close it properly? Or was something very wrong? I pushed the door open slowly, calling out Emily's name. No response. The house was dead silent and completely dark. I flipped the light switch by the door, but nothing happened. The power seemed to be out. That's when I heard it. A muffled thump from upstairs, followed by hurried footsteps. My blood ran cold as the realization hit me. Someone was in our house. Panic seized me as I thought of Emily. Was she okay? Had they hurt her? I had to get to her, but I was terrified of alerting the intruders to my presence. My mind raced as I tried to figure out what to do. Should I confront them? Run? Call for help? In that moment of indecision, I heard more movement upstairs and knew I had to act fast. As quietly as I could, I crept to the kitchen and grabbed a knife from the drawer. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely grip it. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. That's when I heard Emily's muffled voice coming from upstairs. "Please don't hurt me," she pleaded. The fear in her voice made my blood boil with rage and terror. I knew I had to get her out of there, but I also knew I was no match for multiple intruders, especially in the dark. We needed help. Moving as silently as I could, I slipped back out the front door and ran to our neighbor's house. I pounded on their door frantically until Mr. Johnson answered, looking confused and alarmed. "Call the police," I gasped out. "Someone's broken into our house. My wife is still inside." Mr. Johnson's eyes went wide with shock, but he quickly ushered me inside and dialed 911. As he spoke to the dispatcher, I paced anxiously by the window, straining to see any movement at our house. The minutes crawled by agonizingly slowly as we waited for the police to arrive. I felt so helpless, knowing Emily was trapped in there with those monsters. What if they hurt her before help came? The thought was unbearable. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only about 10 minutes, I saw the flashing lights of police cars coming down our street. Relief flooded through me, quickly followed by renewed panic as I realized the intruders might try to flee, or worse, take Emily with them. I raced outside as the first officers pulled up, quickly explaining the situation. They told me to stay back as they approached the house with weapons drawn. I watched with my heart in my throat as they entered, calling out commands. The next few minutes were a blur of activity. More police cars arrived, neighbors came out to see what was happening, and officers swarmed in and out of our house. I stood there helplessly, desperate for news about Emily. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw her. She came out of the house, wrapped in a blanket and flanked by 2 officers. I ran to her and pulled her into my arms, overcome with relief. She was shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. "They're gone," she choked out between sobs. "They ran when they heard the sirens." I held her tightly, murmuring soothing words, even as my own eyes filled with tears. We were both safe, but I knew the ordeal was far from over. Over the next few hours, we gave our statements to the police as they processed the scene. Emily told me her terrifying story, how she'd been getting ready for bed when the power suddenly went out. Before she could figure out what was happening, she heard someone breaking in downstairs. She'd hidden in our bedroom closet, holding her breath as she heard multiple people moving through the house. At one point, one of them had come into our room. Emily said she could see him through the slats in the closet door. A tall figure in dark clothes, holding what looked like a gun. "I thought I was going to die," she whispered, fresh tears spilling down her cheeks. "I was sure he was going to find me." But miraculously, he'd left the room without discovering her hiding spot. Emily had stayed frozen in terror until she heard my voice downstairs, giving her hope that help was coming. As the adrenaline wore off, The full impact of what had happened began to sink in. Our home, our sanctuary, had been violated. The intruders had ransacked the place, taking cash, jewelry, electronics, and other valuables. But the material losses paled in comparison to the sense of security that had been shattered. That night, we stayed with the Johnsons next door. Neither of us could bear the thought of going back into our house. We lay awake most of the night, jumping at every little sound and clinging to each other for comfort. In the days that followed, we went through the motions of cleaning up, changing the locks, and filing insurance claims. But the fear lingered. Every creak of the house, every shadow in the night, sent us into a panic. We debated moving, but ultimately decided to stay. This was our home, and we didn't want to let the intruders take that from us too. We installed a top-of-the-line security system, got a large dog, and tried to move forward with our lives. But even now, months later, the trauma of that night stays with us. I still wake up in a cold sweat sometimes, convinced I hear someone breaking in. Emily has nightmares about being trapped in that closet while an intruder searches for her. We've gone to therapy, which has helped some. But I don't think we'll ever fully shake the memory of how quickly our sense of safety was ripped away. That night changed us forever, leaving scars that may fade but will never truly heal. I share this story as a warning to others. Don't take your security for granted. It only takes one night, one moment, for everything to change. Be vigilant, be prepared, and cherish the peace of mind you have, because you never know when it might be stolen away in the dark of night. It was a stormy night about a month ago. I had recently moved back in with my parents after losing my job and apartment in the city. Not my proudest moment at 28 years old, but they were kind enough to let me stay in the finished basement while I got back on my feet. The wind was howling outside, rain lashing against the windows. I was trying to distract myself with some video games, but the storm kept cutting out the power. After the third or fourth time, I gave up and decided to just go to bed early. That's when things took a terrifying turn. As I was getting ready for bed, the power went out again. But this time, in the brief moment before darkness engulfed the basement, I caught a glimpse of something that made my blood run cold. A face peering in through the window. I froze, heart pounding. It had only been for a split second, but I was certain of what I'd seen. A pale, gaunt face with wide, staring eyes. I told myself I was imagining things, that the storm and darkness were playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew it was real. With shaking hands, I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight. The beam of light felt pitiful against the oppressive darkness. I swept it across the room, half expecting to see that face materialize out of the shadows. Suddenly, I heard a loud crash from upstairs, followed by muffled voices. My parents should have been asleep by now. A chill ran down my spine as I realized what was happening. Someone had broken in. I was paralyzed with fear, unsure what to do. Should I call out to my parents? Try to sneak upstairs? Hide? Before I could decide, I heard heavy footsteps coming down the basement stairs. My breath caught in my throat. This was really happening. I ducked behind an old couch, praying they wouldn't find me. The footsteps grew closer, and I could hear at least 2 different voices whispering to each other. "Check over there," one of them said gruffly. I held my breath, willing myself to become invisible. Please don't find me. Please don't find me. And then I heard something that made my blood turn to ice. "Hey, Alex, we know you're down here. Come on out and this will go a lot easier." They knew my name. How the hell did they know my name? My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Was this some sick prank? Had someone I knew set this up? But I knew deep down this was all too real. I realized I couldn't stay hidden. They would find me eventually. I had to get out of there, fast. There was a small window on the far side of the basement that I might be able to squeeze through. It was my only chance. Taking a deep breath, I sprinted from my hiding spot towards the window. I heard shouts behind me as they spotted me, but I didn't look back. I grabbed a nearby lamp and smashed it against the window. The glass shattered, but not completely. Desperate, I used my bare hands to clear away the remaining shards, slicing my palms in the process. I could hear them right behind me now. With a surge of adrenaline, I dove through the window head first. I tumbled onto the muddy ground outside, rain immediately soaking me to the bone. But I didn't stop. I scrambled to my feet and ran as fast as I could into the storm-swept night. My lungs burned as I sprinted down the street, unsure where I was even going. I just knew I had to get away. The rain was coming down in sheets, making it hard to see. Lightning flashed, briefly illuminating the dark neighborhood. After what felt like an eternity, I finally stopped, gasping for breath. I didn't see anyone behind me. Shaking with cold and fear, I pulled out my phone with bloodied hands and called 911. The next few hours passed in a blur. Police arrived and secured the house. My parents were shaken but unharmed. They had slept through the whole ordeal. The intruders were long gone by then. As I gave my statement to the officers, the full impact of what happened started to sink in. Someone had broken into our home. They had known I was there, had known my name. What did they want with me? The police found signs of forced entry, and my parents reported several valuable items missing. It seemed like a straightforward robbery on the surface. But why target me specifically? In the days that followed, my parents' shock turned to anger. At me. They couldn't understand why I hadn't called for help or tried to wake them. They accused me of making up the part about the intruders knowing my name, saying I was just trying to cover for my cowardice. I tried to explain, to make them understand the terror I felt in that moment. But they wouldn't listen. The whole ordeal had made them realize how vulnerable they were with me living there. I overheard them discussing asking me to move out. It's been weeks now, and I still don't have any answers. The police haven't made any arrests. I keep replaying that night over and over, trying to make sense of it all. Why did they target our house? How did they know my name? What would have happened if they had caught me? I haven't been sleeping well. Every little noise makes me jump. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if they'll come back to finish whatever they started. My parents act like they want to forget it ever happened. They've upgraded the security system and moved on. But I can't shake the feeling that it's not over. Sometimes I catch them looking at me with a mix of suspicion and disappointment, like they don't quite believe my version of events. I know they blame me on some level, even if they won't say it outright. I've thought about moving out, trying to start fresh somewhere else. But the truth is, I'm scared. Scared of being alone, scared of what might be waiting for me out there. So I stay, jumping at shadows and reliving that terrifying night over and over, always wondering when, not if, they'll come back for me. I don't know if I'll ever feel safe again. The sense of violation, of having my sanctuary invaded, haunts me. But even worse is the lingering question, why me? What did they want? I'm sharing this because I don't know what else to do. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar, can make sense of what happened to me. Or maybe getting it all out will help me process it somehow. All I know is that my life changed forever that night. and I'm terrified of what might come next. It was a nasty night, pouring rain and howling wind. I'd settled into my usual routine, hourly rounds, coffee breaks, fighting to stay awake. Around 1 a.m., the storm really picked up. Thunder was rattling the windows, and I could hear debris clattering against the metal siding. That's when the power went out. 1 second I'm doing paperwork under the harsh fluorescence, the next I'm plunged into total darkness. The emergency lights flickered on after a few seconds, casting an eerie red glow through the warehouse. I fumbled for my flashlight, heart already starting to race. Protocol says to immediately check all access points during a blackout. I grabbed my radio and started making my way through the maze of towering shelves and crates. The beam of my flashlight seemed so pitiful against the vast darkness. As I neared the loading dock, I noticed something odd, wet footprints leading from one of the bay doors. My blood ran cold. I was positive I'd checked and locked everything earlier. I radioed it in, but of course got no response. Damn storm was interfering with the signal. I followed the prints, moving as quietly as I could. They led deeper into the warehouse, towards the high-value storage area. That's when I heard it. Hushed voices coming from a few aisles over. I froze, straining to make out words, but it was too muffled. I should have called the police right then. Should have gotten the hell out of there. But some stupid part of me thought I needed to investigate further, get solid proof before raising the alarm. God, I was an idiot. I crept closer, flashlight off, using the faint emergency lighting to navigate. As I peered around a stack of crates, I caught a glimpse of movement. 2 figures dressed in black, faces obscured. One was fiddling with the lock on a secure container while the other kept watch. I must have made some small sound because suddenly they both whipped around to face me. For a split second, we all just stared at each other in shock. Then one of them yelled, "Shit!" and started sprinting towards me, wielding what looked like a crowbar. Pure adrenaline kicked in and I ran. I knew the layout better than them, but in the dim red lighting, everything looked different. I could hear them right behind me, gaining ground. I ducked and weaved through the aisles, knocking over boxes to slow them down. I made it to the staff break room and slammed the door, fumbling to lock it. They started pounding and kicking, the thin metal door buckling under the assault. I wedged a chair under the handle, but knew it wouldn't hold for long. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely dial 911 on my cell. I managed to gasp out the situation and address to the operator just as the door burst open. I dropped the phone and bolted for the fire exit. The alarm blared as I shoved through the door into the rainy night. I sprinted across the parking lot, not daring to look back. I made it to my car and peeled out of there, tires squealing. I drove aimlessly for a while, hyperventilating, before I got my bearings enough to head to the police station. I gave my statement, still soaked and shaking. They sent units to the warehouse, but of course the intruders were long gone by then. The next day my boss reamed me out for abandoning my post. Said I should have stayed to confront them or at least gotten a better look. He threatened to fire me, said the company could be liable since nothing was technically stolen, like I was supposed to get myself killed over their insurance premiums. In the end, I kept my job, barely. They implemented a 2-guard policy for night shifts after that. But man, those first few weeks back were rough. Every shadow, every little noise had me on edge. I kept expecting to turn a corner and see those masked figures again. The cops never found anything. No fingerprints, no clear images on the security cameras. It's like they were ghosts. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. But then I'll catch a glimpse of wet footprints on a rainy night, or hear whispers echoing through the warehouse, and that fear comes rushing back. I still work there. still do the night shift. But I'm always looking over my shoulder now, always wondering, what were they really after? And will they be back to finish whatever they started? I've racked my brain trying to figure out their motive. The high-value area they were in mostly stores electronics and computer components. Valuable stuff, sure, but nothing so unique it couldn't be obtained elsewhere. Why risk breaking into a secure facility for that? The more I think about it, the more I'm convinced they were after something specific. Maybe hidden in one of those containers was something more than just circuit boards and hard drives, something worth killing for. I've started paying closer attention to what comes in and out of that section, noting down serial numbers, trying to spot any patterns. It's probably paranoid, but I can't shake the feeling that I stumbled into something bigger that night. The company did a security audit after the break-in, upgraded some systems, added more cameras, but it all feels like security theater to me now. If those guys wanted to get back in, I don't think a few extra locks would stop them. I've thought about quitting, finding a nice safe day job, but part of me feels like I need to stay, to keep watch. Like maybe I can prevent whatever they were planning, even if I don't know what it was. Plus, I'll admit there's a part of me that wants answers. Who were they? What were they really after? Will they try again? The questions gnaw at me during those long, quiet nights. My coworkers think I'm paranoid. They joke about me seeing ghosts and jumping at shadows. I don't bother trying to explain anymore. How could they understand if they weren't there that night? Sometimes I think I catch glimpses of figures watching me from the shadows, but when I look closer, there's never anyone there. Just tricks of the light and an overactive imagination. At least that's what I tell myself. I've started bringing a personal camera with me on shifts. The official security system has blind spots, and frankly, I don't fully trust the company to not cover things up if something did happen again. Every night as I start my rounds, I get that little surge of anxiety. Will this be the night they come back? Am I ready if they do? But mostly, the nights pass uneventfully. Just me and my thoughts in the vastness of the warehouse. I've gone over that night 1,000 times in my head. Could I have done something differently? Should I have confronted them directly? Followed them out of the building? I know it's pointless to dwell on it, but I can't help wondering. The rational part of my brain says it was just a failed robbery attempt, that I'm reading too much into it, seeing conspiracies where there are none. But then I'll catch a reflection in a window that isn't quite right, or hear footsteps when I know I'm alone, and all that certainty goes out the window. I guess this is my life now, forever on edge, forever wondering. Maybe someday I'll get answers, or maybe I'll spend the rest of my career jumping at shadows, never knowing the truth behind that terrifying night. All I know for sure is that I'll never look at an empty warehouse the same way again. We'd been cooped up in our tiny apartment for days, going stir-crazy. It was around 2:30 a.m., and we were both wide awake, restless energy coursing through us. That's when I had the bright idea to go explore O.P. Schnabel Park. "It'll be an adventure," I said. "No one else will be out there at this hour." Clarissa was hesitant at first. "Isn't that place supposed to be dangerous at night?" she asked. I shrugged it off. "That's just rumors. Besides, we'll have the whole place to ourselves." Looking back, I wish I'd listened to her concerns. But at the time, the thrill of sneaking out during lockdown was too tempting to resist. We threw on some shoes, grabbed our phones for flashlights, and headed out into the silent streets of San Antonio. The drive to the park was eerie. The usually busy roads were completely deserted, not a single other car in sight. It felt like we were the last people left in the world. When we pulled into the empty parking lot, a chill ran down my spine. The trees loomed over us, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers in the darkness. "Maybe this wasn't such a good idea," Clarissa whispered as we got out of the car. But curiosity got the better of us, and we ventured forward, the beams of our phone flashlights cutting through the inky blackness. At first, it was actually kind of peaceful. The cool night air felt refreshing after being stuck inside for so long. We followed one of the main trails, our footsteps crunching softly on the gravel. Clarissa's hand found mine, and I gave it a reassuring squeeze. We'd been walking for about 15 minutes when we heard it, a faint, haunting melody drifting through the trees. It sounded like a flute, but unlike any flute I'd ever heard before. The notes were impossibly pure and crystalline, echoing all around us. "Do you hear that?" Clarissa asked, her voice trembling slightly. I nodded, straining my ears to try and pinpoint where it was coming from, but the music seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. We stood frozen, listening as the ethereal tune grew louder. It was beautiful, but there was something deeply unsettling about it. An otherworldly quality that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "Let's go back," Clarissa pleaded, tugging on my arm. But I was transfixed, drawn towards the source of the sound. "Just a little further," I murmured. "I want to see what's making that music." We veered off the main path, pushing through dense underbrush. Branches snagged at our clothes and scraped our skin, but I barely noticed. All I could focus on was that hypnotic melody, pulling me deeper into the heart of the park. The flute music swelled to a crescendo, so loud now it seemed to vibrate in my bones. We stumbled into a small clearing, our flashlight beams sweeping wildly across the trees. But there was nothing there, no mysterious flute player, no explanation for the haunting song that filled the air. And then, as suddenly as it began, the music stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. "What the hell was that?" Clarissa whispered, her fingers digging painfully into my arm. Before I could answer, we heard something else, a low, rumbling sound, like something massive moving through the underbrush. But the foliage around us remained perfectly still. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. Fight or flight instinct kicked in, and I grabbed Clarissa's hand. "Run!" I yelled, and we took off, sprinting back the way we came. Branches whipped at our faces as we crashed through the woods. I could hear Clarissa sobbing behind me, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The otherworldly rumbling seemed to follow us, growing louder with each passing second. We burst out onto the main trail, our feet pounding against the gravel as we raced towards the parking lot. The flute music started up again, impossibly loud now, the notes swirling around us like a tornado. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hit the unlock button. We flung ourselves into the car, and I peeled out of the lot, tires squealing against the pavement. As we sped away from the park, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something monstrous chasing after us. But there was nothing there, just empty darkness. We drove in tense silence for a while, both of us trying to process what had just happened. Finally, Clarissa spoke up, her voice barely above a whisper. What was that? Did we really hear those things?" I shook my head, still in disbelief. "I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. There's no way a person could have been playing that flute. The sound was coming from everywhere at once. And that other noise, I've never heard anything like it." We talked about it for hours after we got home, trying to come up with some rational explanation. Maybe it was just the wind in the trees, or some kind of weird echo effect. But deep down, we both knew it was something more than that. Something we couldn't explain. In the days and weeks that followed, I scoured the internet for any similar experiences in O.P. Schnabel Park. I found a few vague stories about strange noises at night, but nothing that matched the intensity of what we'd encountered. We never went back to that park again. Just driving past it gives me chills now. Sometimes late at night, I still hear that unearthly flute music in my dreams, and I wake up in a cold sweat. I don't know what happened to us that night. Maybe it was some kind of shared hallucination brought on by stress and lack of sleep. Maybe it was something supernatural that we weren't meant to understand. All I know is that it changed me. I used to be skeptical about paranormal stuff, but now I'm not so sure. There are things out there in the darkness that defy explanation. Things that maybe we're better off not knowing about. If you ever find yourself in O.P. Schnabel Park late at night and you hear a flute playing, don't follow the music. Turn around and get out of there as fast as you can. Some mysteries are better left unsolved.